Alright guys, I guess it's enough farting around. Let's go ahead and get into it. Hey, how's it going? I know it's an unusual time. I usually don't stream around now. Alright guys, I guess it's enough farting around. Let's go ahead and get into it. Hold on. How's it going? One moment. It's an unusual time. I usually don't stream around now. Don't do this. Why are you doing this to me? Stop. There we go. Alright. So yeah, I have a game coming up tomorrow. I have to make a player character for said game that I am playing in, and swapping off with the other DM that typically runs in this group that they've been champing at the bit a little bit to run, as I've been running my campaign for a while now. So we're gonna flip around, and every once in a while they're gonna take the reins, and we're gonna play in a separate campaign. And so we're building some first level characters, which is to the dismay of one of the other players in the group who never wants to play first level characters again after playing in my campaign, where they are still level 2. Because it's tough. He wants that third level boost. Needs it. Wants the subclass. But we're doing it the old way. But I thought this would be a good opportunity to sit down and be like, hey, let me show you how I make a character, because I don't use D&D Beyond, and I haven't used a character generator software of any type in a very long time. So I figured this might be an exploration for some people who are interested in how you do it maybe outside of the app. And my process for going through it tends to be a little bit long in the tooth, so we'll see how far we get. We may not get the full character created. We'll see how long this goes, because it does typically take me some time, and we'll see why. And I'll try to walk through some of the decisions as we're going through them and what goes into it. So rather than, we could have used like PDFs and flipped through them, or had physical books and flipped through them. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to use a little tool called 5e Tools, which captures most of the information from 5e in 2024, and you can hold it, and much easier to parse and not have to flip through as many books. So that part is going to be a little bit easier. I have generated characters in this edition and before, using only books, and let me tell you, man, it takes a long time to do things. And then as soon as you remember what you're doing and you're trying to compare things between different books, it's a mess. You end up with a big table, like a dining room table, spread out with an entire like armload of books, trying to figure out how to do it. So we're going to save that hassle, the actual hassle of me flipping through things. And so we're going to use this tool that's going to at least put all that information into one spot that we can look at. So that is what we're going to do. So let's let me take a quick look at what the stuff we got about our characters, because we do have a little bit of info from our dungeon master as to what's kind of going on. Actually, you know what? This will be actually easier if I just look it up. I'm just gonna look it up on my phone rather than hold it up on a whole another browser window for us to look at. So let's take a look. Got it dropped in our Discord. Both of my groups that I play with use Discord as sort of our primary ways to determine when and where we're going to play, and we share the sweet memes and everything like that. Let's see what our dungeon master say here. It looks like maybe level 1, we're going to give yourself an interesting, you know what, I've got a document up, so I'm going to write in the document. So here we go. We got some info in here. We got first level. One common magic item or background / fun. I love me a good common item. Any species is fine, or ancestry is fine. Ancestry, so all ancestries, backgrounds, classes, and all our ABCs are fine. Exotic ancestries, finesse. Doesn't mean that I'll have to talk to them if we decide to play something that's kind of out of left field. I'll have to talk to the dungeon master about what's going on with that character, which I think is fair. We don't know what the standard ancestries are in this campaign setting. I know a little bit about the campaign setting. I talked about this previously, but we've done a 2-shot in the campaign setting where I played Grosh, the Golden Eyes. He was a warlock, celestial warlock. Not reprising that character for this. Playing the 2-shot was enough for Warlock to be like, Warlock's a bit boring to play, at least for me, because I feel like, well, I could Eldritch Blast or use one of my meager spell slots to do something else. I'm not gonna be doing that again. What other information do we have? Okay, we've got one character's confirmed that they are playing their bard. They're gonna, not sure if it's gonna be a full reprisal of their bard from the 2-shot. So we've got a bard in the party. They did say that they're gonna change their college, even though we're 1st level, so that won't matter as much. Because we were playing 3rd level. 3rd or 4th level. Doesn't matter. So we know that there's a bard. Somebody talked about potentially playing a monk. But I think that's about it. I don't think anybody else firmed up. I tried to pin some people down, but nobody's gotten back to me about what they want to play. And because I know that my character generation takes probably significantly longer than anybody else's, and you'll see why once we get into it, I'm just going to go ahead and do with what I want. What I do know, and this is a good point, we can go ahead and I will flip over workspace. I think that'll be easier. I could put all the documents up side by side, but then I don't get the nice cutout of my face, so I'd be taking up way too much room. Unless we want to turn my smiling face off, which I know you guys don't want. You have to see my beautiful face. But if it's tough, we'll get over there and I'll just turn my face off. We'll just turn the camera off and look at the stuff for a while. But most of the thing will be pretty easy to swap back and forth. So let's look at. So this is what we got going thus far. Actually, I'm gonna just up just a little bit. We don't need any extra stuff over here. So we could probably even go a little bit. 200's pretty big though. Yeah, we can probably do that. That'll probably work. Other things that our DM said, we need to provide a goal or motivation for adventuring, and that's gonna be we'll send over to the DM. So I gotta send those over to them today as well. All right, so that's sort of our setup. So we got to make a 1st level character, standard thing. So let's first thing that I usually do is I start thinking about party composition. That's why I was like this bard and this monk thing. So we've got a potentially bard. So we've got potentially a healer ? And the bard's healing capabilities are and potentially maybe a monk. So we've got healer, but I thought maybe somebody said something about potentially playing a rogue as well. So monk and rogues very fall heavy into that dex heavy, as will the bard. Dex heavy kind of stuff. So could use somebody. Start thinking about party composition. What can we do? So we're gonna be dex heavy. We're gonna be good on charisma. We're gonna have some healing. So that leaves us some other roles to fill in. So we could potentially have, if we've got a monk and or a rogue in there, our sort of like DPS aspect, or like just dealing damage, as well as our skill monkey stuff is kind of in there. We don't need that as much. So we've got healer and DPS. I mean, DPS is usually not a thing that I get to play. I'll be honest, as somebody who generally just looks for roles to fill in a party. So that often leaves me with a healer, oftentimes, or sometimes a frontline fighter. Sometimes people just don't want somebody somebody else who's got strength, usually, because that's usually one of the most commonly dumped stats. It can be strength, charisma, or intelligence. Those 3, because that Dex Wiz Con, very important. Dex Con Wiz. Dex Con Wiz. Yeah, that's the right order. So we know that that's going to be heavy. So we know that we're going to have some arcane in the party. And we're probably going to have some skillsy skills. We don't need to probably worry about that as much. So that leaves a pretty open hole for their needs. We might need us a little bit of a tank, somebody up front to kind of soak up some damage. We could need somebody who's either got some divine or nature. And let's see, we could do... What else could we maybe be missing here? We are kind of missing probably some intelligence. Now, based off, if somebody does play a rogue, there are rogue builds that focus on intelligence. So, problem is, and I was having this conversation with some people yesterday in my other group, is that wizards are really kind of difficult to play. They're kind of a crappy class, mainly because they focus on intelligence. And it's the one skill that outside of casting spells is not super useful. There's some intelligence checks, but less. They're not as practical as other skill checks are most of the time. So it does often feel like you're good at the one thing that nobody else is good at, and because nobody else is good at it, that sometimes adventures aren't built around intelligence. They're built actually... And, well, I guess technically what I should say is they are built around people not having intelligence. It's truly how it is. So we need probably some intelligence. We could probably use some constitution. Hit points. Because monks are great, but they ain't got a ton of hit points. And they usually not too terribly hard to hit. Usually. Just like barbarians are not typically hard to hit, but they also have a lot of hit points. So, alright, that kind of gives us... This, to me, is building very much towards what we might originally see as Paladin. But Paladin, again, focuses in on that charisma. We've already got somebody who's kind of focusing up on that charisma. So, maybe we're looking here... So, even if the monk is building somebody, or the rogue is building something where wisdom might be their second ability score, but it's not their primary one. So, maybe we need... This does make me feel like we're pushing towards a cleric or other wisdom bases. So cleric, druid, because we could get the nature stuff in there. And the thing is like I'm already playing a ranger in my other campaign. So even though he's not really that, I think ranger, not that kind of ranger, because he's not really a survivally. Well, he does have survival, but he's not a nature-y kind of guy. That's not the build. That's not what that character's about. It's really like we're using the class because of the Beast Companion, because I wanted to try something with Beast Companions. Which I may do something on later, a video on later. Once we played a lot of levels, so I guess I'm probably at a point where we could talk about it. Where we swapped in using a sidekick rather than the Beastmaster rules. The Beastmaster... Beast Companion, whatever you want to call it, Beast Companion, and how that's worked out. Because I wanted to, first of all, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do a beast. Originally, I wanted to do a monkey for that character because I thought that would be fun to have. Because it's kind of a ship themed kind of thing, so I'd be like, oh, it'd be really fun to have like a monkey. Because I could go parrot, but I was like, maybe a monkey would be fun. That's also another nice piratey kind of thing. And then because they're monkeys, they could some tools or something, and I thought that might be fun. The more I got into it, the more I was like, this won't work out really well. And so instead I decided to go with an animated object. So his one of his weapons is actually animated, which is very cool. It's been a lot of fun. It's very fun to have this sort of sidekick that just jumps in and is really only there for combat. That's all it's there for, because it's otherwise an inanimate object for the most part. It uses the animated sword stat block. And very interesting. But yeah, and like it doesn't talk or anything like that. There's no connection to it. So it's very interesting. So clerics or druids, hey, Hey Saints, how's it going? Yep. Working on a new D&D PC. So yeah, I think what this is pushing me towards is we're gonna have a healer, but it's gonna be bard healing, which is okay, but not nearly as strong as a druid or cleric or even an artificer sometimes. Once they get their infusions, they can really pump up those their healing potions if they go down that route. So that does make me feel like if I'm looking for something that's got some hit points, that's got some tanking, and can maybe do some healing as well, that does make me feel like I'm pushing towards war cleric or other, maybe let's say melee based cleric, which will probably be war cleric, just so we can have the heavy armor. So, all right, I think that pushes us to where we need to be. It gives me a lot of insight about what we need to choose from. So, what's the first step? We kind of have an idea of where we're going. What I do want to do, let's see. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. I got an idea, but we'll get there. So, I think the first step is let's roll some stats. And I'll just throw you back over to, I guess, the character sheet. I'm putting those down. Okay. So you're gonna see me, like I said, we're building it by hand, baby. We'll see why this takes me forever. So we're probably gonna play a cleric, but I'm not putting anything down yet. Sit down. That's me. Hey. So let's roll some dice. What do you guys think? You want to roll physical dice or you want to roll Google dice? I've got my physical dice here. But I would have to pull them out and stuff. Yeah, let's just, you know what? We'll do the Google dice. It's fine. Let me roll that in. So that's 4d6. Go. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, so we got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I'm just going to throw them in the stats. We're not going down the line, but I am just going to throw them in here for right now. All right, 7, 8, 9. Ugh, not great rolls. Fine. Not great rolls at all. 8. 10. Yeah, it is probably going to be a wash for us. We are not going to end up with something that's kind of useful here. 12. As is usually my luck for rolling stats. Now, occasionally I roll really, really well. Today's not one of those days, it looks like. And 12 for crew. So yeah, this is pretty mediocre stats. Not a lot we can work with here. Total of those stats, let's just pull up a calculator real quick. So 12 plus 9, 8 plus 12 plus 12 is 63. Now, our standard array is 72, so we're 9 shy of that. For me, that sounds like a wash. It sounds like we're going to do a reroll. I think if you're going to do roll and take the best 3, you should at least be hitting the standard array. So we should be at least hitting that 72 barrier. Yeah. That sounds like a wash for me, so what we're going to do is we're going to do, we're going to re-roll it. We're going to roll a second set and see what we get. Not much better. And I'm just going to put it in a little box here. So 10. 11. So on our way to not being very good. All right, that's a little bit better. That's 6, 5, 3, that's 14. The first kind of halfway decent score we've gotten. All right, there's a 15. That's a bit better. Could maybe be a viable character. All right, and we got, that's 13. 5, 4 plus 4, and our last roll is going to be an 11. All right, this is gonna get us. This is gonna get us pretty close. I think we're a bit shy still. We're reading the wrong numbers. All right, so that's 10 plus 11 plus 14 plus 15 plus 13 plus 11. Nope, that puts us right in range. All right, that actually gets us at 74. So we're actually just slightly above. Won't matter too much in the end, but so we'll use those stats. Again, they're not gonna be. We're not rolling down the line. We don't know what we're playing yet. And if we're going to play that, that's a very specific type of game. If you're going to take them down the line and whatever you get is whatever you get. So that's not what we're going to try to do, because this is not, it's not going to be that kind of game. I'm assuming. Or otherwise that would have been part of our character creation rules. Be like, yeah, whatever you guys get is whatever you get. Which I think is very fine, but then you also end up with scales anytime you do rolls like that, where some people might roll really well and some other people roll really, really badly. And it's hard to be the bad player if you have really, really garbage stats. It tends to just be a very lesser experience, because the game's math is based off of, that's why the standard array there, it's based off of you kind of being in that range. So you really need to be within that like 72-ish range. You really need to be somewhere between like, I don't know, 70 to 74, something like that. So we're right in that range with our stats. And so we're doing well. We're just slightly above. We're 2 points ahead of doing the standard point buy. So, but also we didn't roll with anything particularly high. So we got a 15, a 14, a 13, but we got 2 11s instead of a 12, and a 10 instead of an 8. So we're just a little bit ahead. Not a big deal. All right, so that is our ability scores out the gate. Now I feel like what I want to do before I do the ancestry and background, because I want to make sure those mesh. Those are, so when I come to making a character, I feel a little bit more like the Tim Kaine approach to design. So Tim Kaine, if you're not familiar, is the lead designer for the original Fallout game. And his sort of process for doing that is like, okay, you do the setting first, which in Fallout would be the post-apocalyptic retrofuturism. Then you do the mechanics. Okay, how does the game actually run? You know, the mechanics, so that's the nitty-gritty bits. And then you figure out the story at the end. Because the story is very mutable. We can change a lot of stories. You can tell a lot of stories in one setting. But if you have a story, one specific story can only work in so many different kinds of settings. Without being changed up too much, without a lot of like rewrites, going back and circling rewrites. So instead we're kind of building outward in rather than inward out. Which tends to be my preferred way, because I don't know the story of this character, because I don't know too much about the world yet, so I don't have a strong narrative idea. Now sometimes I have a cool idea, like I did with my ranger. It's like, okay, I know I was going to play a ranger, I know I was going to play a Beastmaster Ranger and try to figure out how to make a Beastmaster Ranger work. And so I went from there and went on, and I knew it was going to be a ship-themed maritime kind of thing. That was very easy to build off of. This one, don't know exactly where the adventure is going to go, don't know exactly what the adventures are going to be about. So, I can't really do that. So I only have a limited understanding of the setting, which is that we know that there are some pillars of power that are old, that there's failing in them, and part of the world is starting to fall apart because of it. So that is sort of our mode. So it makes sense that we might want to pull off of that. So let's look at our classes. Let's do that. So let me show you. I'm going to flip back over to the other sheet. Bada bing. Bada boom. Oh, I just clicked on the same thing. This one. Sometimes it doesn't like to tick. That's the thing. There you go. I'm just in a different tab. There we go. So again, we're at 5e tools, so what I want to do is I want to choose my class first. That's the mechanics aspect. So we knew a little bit about the setting, the background. Our setting is also the group dynamics. So I know that stuff, and now I'm going to move in a little bit and be like, okay, so what do I want to play as a character that's going to fill that role? Like we said, I think Cleric's going to be our option. So is Artificer our option? It would help with the healing. We could go the intelligence route, but then that's already going to be too if not probably 3. If people played what they kind of talked about playing, potentially being a bard, a monk, a rogue, an artificer, we're going to get smacked around in a fight. Nobody's going to be frontline. So that's not super great. Barbarian, another good option for us. Strength, frontline. We don't probably need to worry about the charisma aspect of it. That'll be fine. Not going to be very helpful with anything outside of combat for the most part, unfortunately. As is the barbarian way. Bard, we got somebody doing that. Cleric's a heavy maybe. Cleric gives us an option to be a frontline fighter. So does Druid if we want to go through the wild shapes. The 2024 wild shapes are a bit different. And it's hard to go into that without forcing Moon Druid that allows you to get higher CR creatures. Capping out the CR1 is not super useful for wild shape if you're wanting to play a Druid that's a real frontline defender. Unless you're really going to build your Druid specifically to be enhanced for only frontline combat. Which means that the spells you're going to take, the way that you're going to orient that is going to be totally towards that. You're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting on the back end with your spells and circle choices to make that happen. Fighter, always good. Love me a fighter. Same thing, will work as well as Barbarian. Could do Battle Masters. Battle Master... What is our secondary modifier for Battle Master? I don't know if it even matters. It's been so long since I played Battle Master. Certainly not in 2024. Extra Surge, Tactical Mind, use your second wind, Double Glass, Battle Master, Maneuvers option. It does not seem to be built off of it. Yeah, alright, so we could do that. And we could put our second... We could make a Battle Master fighter, and we could throw our second... Or probably our tertiary stat towards intelligence if we wanted to shore some of that up. But, I mean... You're already going to be like, well, I'm going to need probably either strength in this case, because we've got some Dexy people already. I'm going to need strength up front, con second, then we're throwing int down to 3. Third for us would be a 13, basically, so a +1 to that. And that's not great. Not really worth doing that. Paladin, we've already got somebody who's playing a charisma-based character and doing charisma-based casting. So that's probably going to be a miss. A ranger, I'm just hands off not doing a ranger. I'm already playing a ranger in a different campaign. So that's a non-starter. Rogue, somebody already talked about potentially playing a rogue. So no. Sorcerer, same thing, charisma caster. Warlock, same thing, charisma caster. Wizard, we could do wizard, but for the reasons I already stated with wizards, wizards are kind of a crappy class just because it's int focused and the intelligence is not great for anything else except spellcasting. So it makes us really weak in basically every other aspect. So if I knew what everybody else was playing, I could sell myself on the wizard. But I don't know what everybody else is playing, so I can't do that. We'll do one final check. I'm going to check Discord real quick, just to see if anybody else has responded. It's going to be no. I'll check anyways. See if somebody else said something. Bada bing. Nope. So the only one I know for sure is going to be the bard. And that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, taking notes. Taking notes. I don't know if this is worth taking notes about. We're just going to show you everything that we do with this. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to lean towards Cleric. Cleric is my favorite class to play. I love playing Clerics, and I haven't played Cleric in a little bit. Last time I did it, we did a little sort of an offshoot where I played a Cleric that blew a bunch of people up with spell scrolls by screwing up the spell scrolls. A little subterfuge. That was a fun Cleric. I wish I played him for more of a campaign. He was not a good guy, but he seemed like a good guy. But yeah, let's do Cleric. So we've got a bunch of different things here. We do Knowledge Domain. Knowledge is really difficult because it's going to throw you into doing some stuff with intelligence, right? Let's see. Knowledge domain. Esoteric lore. This would be really good. Kind of going into kind of the setup for the campaign as I know it. Use those blessings of knowledge. Getting expertise and skills, but getting expertise and skills that are intelligence-based for a class in which you're not intelligence-based. When really, instead of the blessings of knowledge, should be just that you're able to use wisdom for those checks instead of intelligence, which would be the better thing rather than giving me expertise. Because that would start off being useful instead of waiting for me to get to 3rd level before I can actually do anything in my domain. Channel, choose a spell from divination. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be for us. Let's see what Unfettered Mind is. Telepathy. Yeah. Life, light. I could maybe do light. Light's pretty fun. Look at the light. We'll get for a light. You're trained for battle. You gain proficiency with martial weapons. Training with heavy armor. Is that just a thing just all clerics get now? That's not right, is it? No, it is the thing that just all clerics get now. Obviously, I have not played a cleric in 2024 yet. Rules. Cool. That gives us training with heavy armor, which means that we could potentially dump dex, which is not typically great for any character in D&D, but as a cleric, the needs must sometimes. Even though it's ill-advised, it knows that I will be crappy at dex saves, which is the most common dex save, like orders of magnitude more than you will make on any other type of save. Except for maybe wisdom, which I'll be great at. But I could get heavy armor and just suck it up, buttercup. But if I'm standing in the back, you know, dex saves don't have to do as many as you would in sort of the front or middle ranks. But I am going to be a front rank fighter. That's going to be a problem. But I might be able to take the feat that allows me to add my shield to it. I'll probably use a tank and spank. Use a sword and board style. Rather than a two-hander. Especially because I don't know if I'm going to be the only frontline fighter. So probably not dump decks, actually. Because if I'm the only frontline fighter. Because that won't be great. But yeah, I think this is good. I like light domain. Let's see. Bring light to banish darkness. Find power to bring about blazing fire and revelation. Gods of truth, vigilance, beauty, insight, and renewal. Because I do, one of the things that I said that we would talk about later, is that I was going to be like, I did play Grosh earlier, who was a warlock, a celestial warlock, and I was like, oh, I could piggyback off of that and roll this character into that idea of being a servant around the Kirin, which I do like. I do like that. It gives him a very specific place in the world that I know he would be kind of from as far as the map is concerned, and gives me an idea of sort of things that he's interested in pursuing. Gives us Burning Hands, Fairy Fire, great spell, See Invisibility, very useful spell, Scorching Ray, Daylight, Fireball. Get your cleric with some Fireball. Arcane Eye, Wall of Fire, Flame Strike, Scrying, those are all good spells. Like, these are some solid spells. And Scorching Ray is fine, as is Burning Hands. But Fairy Fire and See Invisibility. See Invisibility a little less useful, knowing that I can just cast Fairy Fire. But Radiance of Dawn. Any magical darkness, such as those created by the darkness spells in areas dispelled. Exceptionally useful thing. You play with people who use magical darkness. Because magical darkness is not great. Real bad. This guy is real good at fighting drow. Warding flare. Reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll, causing light to flare before it hits or misses. This would be the sort of thing, because this is very similar to the fighting style that allows you to defensive fighting style, that allows you to, or protector fighting style, that allows you to throw your shield up in front of somebody to force them to take disadvantage on attack. And that mechanic is fine until they introduce the intersposing fighting style, which is just better. It just means, because you can still roll with disadvantage and hit, but the interposing style fighter is like, if damage is dealt, you will always reduce the damage. That's just a functionally better usage. So if I take this would be something that I would talk to the DM and be like, hey, can I use this other power? Just because it's mechanically just a little bit better. And I think it'll work out alright. You use my reaction to throw out, and I cause light to eat up some magic or whatever it is to dismiss part of the attack. So it would be something that I would consider using. So I like this. Goes off of your wisdom modifier. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Yeah, which means you're going to be able to do this a lot since we're wisdom based. Means that starting out we're going to be able to do it probably 3 times, because we did not get a 16, so we aren't going to get to 18 before as a level 1 character. So that would be 3 times per long rest. Is not terrible. But I mean, I'm not going to get this till 3rd level anyway, so I don't need to focus on that too much. But I like the light domain, so I'm seeing stuff that's going to be good for me. And it gets improved later. Ooh, I love it. And it gives a temporary... That's a cool bonus too. I like that. And improved warning flare. What's Corona of Light? Magic action. You cause yourself to emit an aura of sunlight. It lasts 1 minute, or until you dispel it. No action required. Nice. Bright light in a 60-foot radius. Dim light. Okay. I am the light. Enemies in the bright light have disadvantage on saving throws against your Radiance of the Dawn and any spell that deals fire or radiant damage, which will be a lot of your spells. This is slightly less useful because there is a chance that, since I'm going to be a sword and board kind of cleric, that I might not have a ton of those. And I might not be casting as many direct damage spells. Though it is nice to know that they're going to have disadvantage on saves against my fireballs. That's pretty useful. Plus and I mean, just so many cleric spells do radiant damage and or fire damage already. So it's going to be very nice. Also could take the feat. I don't think it's a wizard feat. The one that allows you to, if something has resistance to fire, you knock down the immunity. So if they have immunity, it becomes resistant. If they're resistant to fire, then they lose that resistance to fire. So something like this would work out really, really well. All right, I like it. I'm sold. All right, stop selling. I'm already buying. All right, so we know that we're going to be a cleric. I'm going to add this thing. And I'm going to say, oh, we're planning to go light domain. We don't have a domain yet, but we're planning to go light domain. Perfect. All right, so that tells us probably where we need to put our scores. Look, hitting things. And here, I'll throw it over here. Let's take a look at... So I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret where I don't follow the official building rules. So the building rules, and this is something I took from... It's back on the shelf. It's not in front. From Starfinder, the original Starfinder, not 2nd edition, is that there is an optional rule in Starfinder that's just like, you know what, just don't worry about where the ASIs are supposed to go based off of your... In that one species. Be like, you just kind of assign it, you just get 3 extra points, don't worry about it. Or you get 4 extra, different system, not gonna worry about it. But I like that idea. It's be like, because there was the bug people in Starfinder, and I was like, I wanted to make like a mystic with them, but they are actually take a -2 to their wisdom score. They're actually not good for clerics. It's like, but if I get rid of this, then I can totally make the character I actually want to make, and they won't be this weird, always less than mystic than any other mystic I would have made. So I like that idea. So we are going to completely ignore any of the ASIs that now come from backgrounds instead of our ancestry choice. But let's assign our stats. So we know that we're going to get 3 bonus points. So what are the things that we need to be best at? I'd say that we need to be best at wisdom. What do we need to be second best at? we talked about being in the front and being in the tank and spank. So normally, I would say con. Now, the problem is, and we'll do this here, is our table for armor is that we do need strength in some capacity if we want to wear heavy armor, which is a 15. Now, we don't need that off the bat necessarily, and there are other ways to get around that. There are ways we can pick up magic items, we can pick up mithril or things like that that don't armor that allow us to not have to worry as much about the strength modifier. It also takes away our stealth problem. But as the cleric, the clerics always kind of assumed to be kind of garbo at doing stealth missions anyways. They stand in the back most of the time. So, not too big of a problem with this. And as we are, our character will be wreathed in a corona of light probably a lot of the times. Not exactly subtle. He's not a subtle character. He's not going to be subtle at all. He's going to be big and bright and in charge. So wisdom, obviously we're going to go with a high one, though we could do 14 for our wisdom, and we could drop that 15 in strength and get it right off the bat. I don't think we get split armor up front, do we? We get chain shirt. So we could pick up heavy armor, but or 110 gold. What can we get for 110 gold? Chainmail. Which gives an AC of 16 plus that. We can pick up other stuff as we go. We don't necessarily have to... There's a little trick there, is that you often can scavenge tons of just generic adventuring gear. You actually don't need to buy a lot of that stuff to begin with. As long as you have, rations and a light source, and especially because there's no, at least as written, there's no mechanical benefit to having things like a bedroll or a tent, unless your DM is telling you that those things will be important. And even rope, there's no reason that every adventurer needs 50 foot of rope. As long as, 2 people have it, generally that will be fine. So I could save up, I could take the cash, which is 110 gold, and that would allow me to pick up chainmail. I realize that you guys can't see what I'm saying. Chainmail is 75 gold. And a simple weapon, I could pick up a mace or something like that. There will always be better weapons. I don't have to worry that much about it up front. I can take a club into combat, and then whatever we kill in the first combat, if it's a humanoid, I'll pick up their weapon. Now having access to martial weaponry, I can pick up anybody's weapon. And it'll work out fine. So I'm more focused on getting the armor and the shield up front, because those are the things that will keep me alive. And let my friends who are in the party with me, who are, as tends to be the case with a lot of D&D groups, probably going to focus on creating some sort of character that pumps out damage. If I don't pump out damage, that's okay. I have other things that I'm trying to do with my character. In this case, be the front guy who stands in the front and stays alive. So, in fact, with this, I need... So, since I can only get chainmail right now, I only need a strength of 13 to make that happen. And then getting up past that, getting past an 18 AC will be difficult for me unless I find a way to get around the strength thing, which could be a magic item. Which is a perfectly reasonable magic item for a dungeon master to give you once you get up into a few levels and you start taking things. But that's definitely end of tier 1, start of tier 2, maybe thing that you pick up. Where the party's like, oh, we're tired of the cleric always being the guy who fails, the person in armor always failing, still save and kind of screwing us over, or being the person that's like, well, I can't raise my AC anymore because pumping into dex isn't going to help me, and adding more strength isn't as useful. But again, it's not super useful for me to need to hit things with my weapon. That's not the clear thing that our character is going for, even as a frontliner. So it is potential. So let's say for right now, let's put the 13 here. We got a 13, so we're going to put the 13 in strength. As you can see, these things are mutable. We change them a lot as I go through this. This is why I'm very, very, very thoughtful and kind of methodical as I go through this. It's a very different sort of way to do it than just kind of dropping things into D&D Beyond. So, we've got that. So, we're in the front line. That means we're going to need some con. We're going to need some hit points. So, how are we going to get those hit points? Well, we've got a 14 that's sitting in con already, so let's just keep that 14 in con. Which means that, again, we're not going to be great at dex saves. But getting 2 extra hit points per level will help a lot. So that kind of leaves us mediocre stuff everywhere else. I think dexterity, we're going to leave that 11 here. I think we're good with that. We've got, and we could bump that up. We've got a 10 and 11. I'll put the 10 in charisma. We're going to have at least one charisma character, if not more. They're going to have some charisma, so I'm not as worried about that. And 11 in intelligence, just if for some reason we need to pick up an extra point of intelligence to maybe make some stuff a little bit better. So, PR11, PR10. So normally that's where I put the modifiers when I do the sheet, but they're good for right now. Alright, so that gives us the ability to get what we want out of our class. Right, now we still got 3 bonus points to put them. So where do we want to put them? If we put 1 in strength, we get an extra +1 to hit. That's always nice. Obviously going to put that, one of those +1s is absolutely going in wisdom. Give us the +4. That gets, or +3. That gets us where we need to be. That's 1. I don't see any reason not to put this into here. It gets us halfway, so that means if we pick up a feat, it allows us to bump our strength by 1. We're there. We'll get the 15, which is what we need to pick up plate armor if we need to pick it up. If not, we're good with having that +4 to attack. It's okay. You actually don't need, with 5e in 2024's flatter math, you actually don't need that high of a bonus. It's really more important about you focusing on how can you get advantage on your roll. Because that'll give you a +5, and that +5 will outride most any small bonuses you might get from bumping up your ability score. Since there aren't a lot of floating modifiers, we'll wait to get that. Alright, so that leaves us with one more bonus. We could put it in Dex, which would be the smart play. We could put it in Intelligence if we wanted to bump up Intelligence. So, Cleric's focusing on both mental stats is a bit of covering the same... It's doubling up on a lot of the same things. Because there are a lot of times where you'd be like, oh, you can make an investigation check, or you can make a perception check. Stuff like that. And it does make sense that maybe we're not as good as like nature or history or things like that. Not necessarily our focus. There will be other people who will maybe pick up some of those. Unless we're, because I don't think we're going to get anybody who's going to be intelligence based. I don't think we have anybody who will play an artificer again, because we have somebody playing an artificer in my campaign. And probably not going to play a wizard because a wizard is a very involved class. I don't think anybody in this group is interested in putting that much work into a character and playing with all those noodly bits. If you're in this party and you're watching this, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Play the wizard. I dare you. I dare you to play the wizard. I dare you to play a campaign as a wizard. I dare you. So I think it makes sense to just go with the 12 in Dex. That gives us a +1 to our saves. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. It's not great, but it's not nothing. So yeah, is this technically following the rules as written for the character creation? No, but you know, that's fine. I felt like it was very interesting seeing the Tasha's Cauldron of Everything changes, where they were like, yeah, the ASIs aren't tied to your ancestry anymore. And then in 2024, they're like, so a lot of people really liked what we did there. So anyways, we took those off of the ancestries and put them over here. So now you're funneled by what background you choose. And you're like, well, you guys missed the point. You guys missed the point of why people enjoyed the change. Yes, you're gonna run a wizard. You're not running a wizard. You're not gonna do it. I don't trust you. I don't believe you for a second, Saints. You're not playing a wizard. No way. No way in how. You're not gonna do it. But those are our abilities. Okay, so we got our abilities. We got our class picked out. Now it's time for us to maybe look at an ancestry. Let's get some ancestries. I'm gonna flip you guys back over to the other sheet. Any one? Sorry, this one. Yeah. Every time. Here we go. And we're gonna flop. There we go. All right, now you can see that. Moo. Oi. Yeah. What do we want to play? What sounds fun? Now, we're going to play probably going to have heavy armor, so Aarakocra out the window. Because they cannot fly while they're wearing heavy armor. So, not that. Flame Kid. Humanoid, you are medium or small. You can see in dim light. Fire resistance, I like that. Fire resistance, I like it a lot. Reach into the blaze. You know, to produce flame cantrip. Starting at 3rd level, you can cast Burning Hands, Flame Blade, Burning Hands, or Flame Blade with this. You can't cast that spell with it again until you finish a long rest. Spellcasting modifier. That's great. Unfortunately, I already get Burning Hands. So, and Produce Flame is an okay cantrip. It's not great. It's okay. Yeah, you basically like, I throw a little thing of fire into a D8. That's great, but not super useful for me. The clerics are already loaded up with lots of good range attacks, so I don't really need this. As much as it would be fun to get the fire resistance and choose like a flame guy that falls in line with our light domain kind of thing. Alright. Let's see. Duergar. Duergars are fun. Has that enhanced dark vision, which we really like. The Enlarge Reduce is nice. The Invisibility spell's nice. We get that resistance to poison. Psychic Fortitude, or Psionic Fortitude, which is really nice. Maybe Duergar. Duergar is fun. Eladrin. Eladrin are fun, but the way they do Eladrin now, where you have to choose your season and everything, I'm already going to be a prepared caster. I'm already going to have to make a lot of choices as far as what spells I'm going to have at any point in time. So I'll probably give that one a miss, even though it would probably be a pretty decent thing for me to play. I also want to make life a little bit easy on myself. What do we got for elves? I don't know the difference between these elves. What's this from? Lauren First Light. Okay. Dark Vision. Hey, you gain a level 1 benefit of that lineage. Thorn Whip. Oh, you get a cantrip from the Druid spell list, which would be super useful. There's a lot of cool Druid cantrips. Oh, we could do Shillelagh. That'd be a fun one. That would also give us the ability to, in melee, do things like force damage, which is super useful. Starry Wisp, and well, we're already gonna know Starry Wisp. I'm pretty sure Starry Wisp. Oh no, Starry Wisp is not on the cleric spell list, even though it does radiant damage. Starry Wisp is very thematic for a light cleric, because the target then generates dim light and can't benefit from the invisible condition, so super good. Unfortunately, Starry Wisp, as a lot of the sort of 2024 rewrite stuff, does then kind of get its power by taking power out of other things. Like, oh, it can't benefit from the invisible condition. It's like, cool, now why do I need Fairy Fire and Sea Invisibility if we're only fighting one invisible creature? We can have whoever's got started with sit in the back and just hit them with the cantrip again and again and again, deal damage to them, and they have this benefit on it. And once they are emitting dim light and they're not invisible, they're probably going to be pretty easy to hit. This would be the old Eladrin. Elf weapon training, not going to do anything for us. We got that. You have proficiency in the perception skill. We're already going to have that. That would give us a free proficiency to put somewhere else. A lot of people don't remember that. I feel like is that, hey, if you double up on proficiency, you get to choose whatever you want for skill proficiency. Dark vision. It's okay. Elf weapon training wouldn't do anything for us. Thing. A fairy or a fairy. I don't really want to play a fairy. Even though I don't think... Oh, I can't wear medium or heavy armor. I was going to say, I'm not sure they have that restriction. Furbolg. Furbolgs are pretty cool. Give us Disguise Self, which would be fun. Detect Magic, which is nice. Being able to magically turn invisible is very nice. Count as one size larger when determining your carrying capacity. I wish that worked for our heavy armor, if it gave me the ability to wear heavy armor. Even though I think I would argue that carrying is what you do when you're wearing armor, is that you are carrying the armor in the same way that you carry your backpack. You have advantage on all charisma checks to influence them with Speech of Bird and Leaf. That's fun. It's very flavorful. Of course, I know we're not going to have a druid in the party. So let's, you know what? I'm going to put it over here. We're going to put Furbolg under a firm maybe. So let's go with a species. The Furbolg. I gotta spell it right. Furbolg's under a firm maybe. That's a maybe. I like it. Do Eladrin get face step? Yeah, they do. I think both of them do. Yeah, face step. This step right there at the bottom. And fans, right? Yeah, they both get face step. Both versions of Eladrin get face step. We looked at Flamekin already. Genasi, we could do Fire Genasi. The Genasi tend to not have super great effects, but let's take a look. We can get Dark Vision, which is nice. You speak and read one language that you and your DM agree. I'd probably go for try to sell for Ignan. Try to do the Primordial Fire language, just for fun. Or Celestial. Either one. You have resistance to fire damage, which is nice. Reach the blaze, produce flame, burning hands. This is basically the same thing as the Flamekin. Yep, sure is. What if I play a GIF? I could play a big old hippo. Basically, access to divine power, which can channel through your weapons. When you hit a target. Use no more than once per turn. Firearms mastery. I can be a cleric with a gun. But I don't have any decks, so that won't be useful for us. You have advantage on strength-based ability checks and strength saving throws, though. That's super good for a frontline fighter. You count as one size larger when determining you're carrying and lifting. Same thing. Speak, read, and write common in one other language you and your queue. And so GIF is alright. Yeah, get back to work. Have a good one. Oh yeah. Have a great time. You check on the VOD later. Have a good one. So I like GIF. Again, GIF would. I think both these races are, ancestries or species. Still using the old nomenclature. But both of these are kind of outsider ancestries, I'd say, in general. They're not super common ones. Githyanki, Psionics, Mage Hand, Jump, Misty Step. Githyanki could be cool. Oh, they do have the very cool Astral Knowledge thing, which allows them to just, like, pick up a proficiency. Gets their eye. Very similar. Invisible mage hand. Ooh, getting access to shield would be very nice. Getting access to shield as a frontline defender is very good. And resistance to psychic damage, usually not a thing they're super great at doing, even though most psychic damaging spells are a wisdom saving throw. Advantage against charmed and frightened conditions on yourself, that's super good. Yeah, we could go Gith of either type would be kind of fun. Man, they're both really good. Jump and Misty Step are good, as well as having an invisible mage on this. The shield spell and detect thoughts are both very, very good. And having the mental discipline and the psychic resilience. Yeah, and as far as this would be the outsider ancestry, that would be like, this would probably make the most sense. That I could most easily come up with a reason why this person's here. They've been summoned from the astral plane to serve and their deity to go after whatever it is they're going after in the adventure, which I don't know off the top of my head. I would probably need my DM's help for that. I play a monkey man and use my feet to manipulate objects. Climb speed's fun. Ooh. When you take damage? And you get to add your proficiency to reduce damage. Ooh. That's super useful. That is super, super useful. I love it. Unfortunately, I don't like the flavor of playing a monkey man. And I don't really need the glide aspect. It's not really going for. Half elves. Dark vision, skill versatility, half elves are rock solid choice. Ooh. Yeah, how about the sun elf descendant? Alright, half elves mature, dark vision, fans you advantage on saving throw against being charmed, magic can't put you to sleep. Sleep doesn't come up very often. You can get the weapon training. Get 2 skills of your choice. Use 1. Skill versatility would be really nice because clerics usually are hurting for skills. They don't get a lot of skill bonuses. So that'd be nice. We could pick up some skill versatility, and I could pick up just a free cantrip from the wizard list, and there's really good. Intelligence is your spellcasting ability for it. As long as it's not something that's got a save on it, and there are a number of them. And doing a sun elf descent would be pretty cool. We definitely follow with our fire and radiant. I kind of like this. We might crack the case. This might be what I'm looking for. Might be exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, this might be exactly what I'm looking for. What's the difference between this and the... There's... Oh, right, because I changed the things. How does... do this. You can filter in here, so we're going to filter. Let's be like a... clear. Let's just look at our 2024s real quick. As my drug human... Isn't it a human? I forget. How do you do half elves in 2024? There's 2 halves. It's a very specific thing, right? Isn't it like the origin feat? Go for a spark. Child of the sun. Yeah, I'm already gonna get very higher. I thought it was, apparently I am just being silly. Yeah, let's go back to... Alright. Let's, I think half-elf as a sun elf. I do like that a lot. It feels good. It makes sense. I don't remember how to do the 2024 changes for doing a halfer. We'll keep going. But I do like the sun elf, half-elf variant. So we'll put that under here. We've got a few to choose from. Halflings, probably not, as in half orcs. Dark vision, you get proficiency in relentless endurance. Okay. Savage attack's really great. I will tell you, my personal history with rolling, I don't roll a lot of natural 20s. I'm a real middle of the range roller most of the time. I roll lots of 9s through 12s. I roll a lot of those. Not as much on the far ends. I don't know why, that just tends to be in my luck for whatever reason. So I don't roll a lot of natural 1s, which is nice. But I also don't roll a lot of natural 20s either. No, I don't think half orc is gonna be what we're going for. Halfling. Luck is nice, naturally stealthy. Being a frontline person, not gonna be hiding behind anybody, so less useful for us. Being able to move through enemies would be nice. Friend condition comes up sometimes. I played a Hexblood in my last campaign, so I am not going to play a Hexblood again. They're fine. They're good. I like them. I do like hobgoblins, just in general. They're one of my favorite monsters to use. You can use the help action as a bonus action if you do it a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. That's nice. Finish a long rest. Hospitality, you and the creature you help each gain a number of temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your proficiency. Oh, that's very nice. You and the creature you help increase your walking speeds by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. Okay. Oh, you choose one. Until the start of your next turn, the first time the creature you help hits a target with an attack roll, that target has disadvantage on the next attack roll. It makes an... Ooh, that's very nice. If you miss with an attack roll or fail an ability check or saving throw, you can draw on your bonds of reciprocity to gain a bonus to the roll equal to the number of allies you can see within 30 feet of you, max with a number of +3. That would be pretty consistent. These are fun. I like Hobgoblin. Gets all the stuff, the classic stuff you want, like Dark Vision. Get you the Fey ancestry, so you'll avoid being charmed. Though, as a Wisdom save proficient character and Wisdom focused character, not going to come up very often. You're not going to fail that save very much. Being able to do a bonus action as a help action as a bonus action is super nice. Most of these things are very combat specific, though. So we'll hold on to that. I mean, I don't think I like it enough. Heroic inspiration, that's great. Having played a human in 2024, I always forget about heroic inspiration or any type of inspiration. So already, not that resourceful. And you only get one skill, even though I have other ancestries I can take and get more than one skill. I don't want to deal with any of the extra ones. Humans, Kalashtar is a natural choice, but it's too easy. Too easy. Kinder, I don't want to play Kinder. Oh yeah, this is for a game. I got this game coming up tomorrow that we're building this character for. Yeah. absolutely this is for a game. Nope, not just for personal fun. Unfortunately, I just don't build that many characters just for fun. As it takes me a very long time. Not that it's not an enjoyable process. It's just it takes a long time. The way that I do it. Indra, I don't even know. Who dis? Plane shift. And let me take the filter off. Can I take some of these? Can I take... Yeah, let's check this out. We got some of those things. Well, we had a few too many options there. They were going to just be weird options. Yeah, you got Fey, Interest, Fake, Lethargy. Meh. Ithkin. That is... halflings again, for the most part. Who do I want to play? Lizard Folk, Lorwyn Changeling, Loxodon, Minotaur, Alan, the Plasmoid. Some of these are so far out there that I don't think... Ramekin, which is your Frost, Flameblade. That would be in the exact opposite way of what we're trying to go. The Elf, Shatterkai, Shifter, Hybrid. Yeah, we can, a lot of these we can just kind of push on. Nimble Climber, Underwater Adaptation. Having a climb speed is always nice. It's a nice thing. It's not a gotta have, but it's like, here's a nice thing you could have. It, depending on who you play with, at least in the games that I run for sure, climbing is a pretty important part. Like, being able to get up on stuff is... I like to use verticality and use a lot of environment stuff in the game, so I'm always very thoughtful about that. Having the ability that you can grab your... being able to glide, which is meh. Climber. This is the Hadozi again, isn't it? Except for you can also do underwater, which is not how the Manta glide. Grappling appendage. Yeah, this get some weird stuff in here. Tabaxi. Tabaxi, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right for this character. Tiefling, rock solid choice usually. Dark Vision, Fiendish Legacy. Which means I could get resistance to fire damage, which is cool. We kind of wanted to go into that. I would also get the Firebolt cantrip. So I think I have to... And does it say what I have to use? Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma is your spellcasting modifier. Okay. I can pick up Firebolt, which is okay. But again, I'm going to be more of a frontline person, so I'm probably not going to be shooting a lot of Firebolts for the most part. Hellish Rebuke would be nice, but and is darkness. Yeah, I could use a lot of these, but... And then we've got every flavor of Tiefling under the sun that do a lot of the same things with very small, different legacies. Let's look at our legacies real quick. Thaumaturgy, Hellish Rebuke, Darkness, Bub, Ray Sickness, Crown of Madness, those are really fit us. Vader, Detect Thoughts, Irna, Friends, Minor Illusion, Leviatus, Trying to get something that's a little bit more thematic for us. That's a very magical one. Mage Hand, Burning Hands, Flame Blade. Again, we see this, a lot of these 2024 things, which this is not. This is right before 2024 releases the Tome of Fiends. See a lot of this stuff start to show up. So like this is very similar to what we're already getting as a cleric 2024. We get the Burning Hands and we get Flame Blade. The two things we already get. So the only thing we get out of this would be the Mage Hand cantrip, which is okay, I guess. Useful in very specific situations or very specific people. Types of players that do things. This is more Tieflings, Devil's Tongue, just Mockery, Fun, the Hellfire, Thaumaturgy, which I'll already have if I want it. Burning Hands, which I'll already have if I want it. And Darkness, which is kind of the opposite of the things that I do. Thaumaturgy, Hellish Rebuke, Darkness. Lots of the same variants that kind of do the same things. It can't wear heavy armor with it. Oh, but I could with this one specifically. As long as you aren't wearing heavy armor. This is very interesting variant here for Tiefling. The Winged Tiefling can fly with medium armor, which most PCs that fly can't wear medium or heavy armor. This one you can get away with medium armor with. Interesting. Not going to go the medium armor route because we're not going to throw stuff in decks. But interesting. I'm going to lock that one in the back of the old memory banks to be like, there's that Tiefling variant that allows me to wear medium armor and fly. I'm not the sort of person who's against flying in it. I've played flying PCs. I've DM'd for flying PCs. They're okay. People think it's great. Like, how do I deal with it? You give bad guys that have ranged weapons. They have ranged attacks. And there's a guy in the sky. And you hit him. And then he falls out of the sky and takes a bunch of damage when he hits the ground. The problem kind of solves itself. Or you have a bunch of combats that are under trees or other cover, which the person who's up there just can't see what's going on. It's actually relatively easy to deal with once you think about the three-dimensional space. A little bit. You go, if I stop having combats that are just in open air and all my bad guys have melee weapons, then that problem just kind of resolves itself. Have you asked the DM which books or options are allowed and not allowed? I would probably do that first before fielding it. Yeah, I've already talked to DM. DM is open for everything. I'm sure they'll let me know if that changes, but as far as I know, the only things that we need to worry about is if we pick a sort of like not super standard ancestry, and that'll be a discussion. And they said that they're happy to work us in, which I appreciate. And I can also just like reskin things and be like, if I just wanted the mechanical benefit of this and I'm not super into being specifically, in this case, a tiefling, be like, it could be whatever. Though I'd have to explain the wings some way if I went that way. But yeah, I've got everything I need from the DM, and we're all good. But you note a very important thing. I definitely did check with the DM and be like, hey, make sure you give us the character creation information, because I want to know those before I start building the character. But you are definitely on the right track. Tiefling, Turtle, probably not going to play a Turtle. Though, having that base AC of 17 and not having to wear armor, not bad. It would get us to a 19. Now, I can't do anything with that. That's basically the highest bonus I would ever get. Without doing, getting some extra stuff in there. So Turtle, very thematic. I like the Turtle. I don't see the Turtle being... the Turtle fits mechanically. I don't see the Turtle necessarily being a light domain cleric. I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense in my mind. But I do like it. As Trident, no, I don't want to play a Trident. Vulcan, probably not going to play a Vidalcan. Advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. That's very nice. Tireless precision. Partially amphibious. That's nice. The two-shot we did, that was the prelude to this campaign, was in a water area. Did do some sailing and the likes. It was on an island. But I don't think most of the campaign is going to be water-based. So, swim speed is not necessarily a thing we need to get, as well as breathing or holding our breath underwater. Because in traditional D&D, most of the time, that stuff doesn't come up very often, because most dungeon masters don't want to deal with water stuff. And as somebody who is playing in a different campaign that is very, very, very heavily water-based, as in we spend a lot of our time underwater, I agree. And our DM, that DM is very much feeling that pain. Like, why did I choose this? I'm so tired of dealing with combats that are always in the third dimension. Right? Because basically, essentially, when you play underwater, everybody has the ability to fly, which makes things combat a little bit more difficult to think about. You don't always have to think about it in fully 3 dimensions all the time, which can be a lot. Verdant. This is acquisitions. I'm probably not going to play something from acquisition. Okay. Warforged? Probably not. Long rest, integrated protection. +1 to AC is nice. Can't be removed against your will while you're alive. Okay. That's generally not a thing that happens, because what it takes to doff armor takes forever. Construction, resilience, resistance to poison damage. Yeah, okay. It's fine. And Yuan-Ti. Now Yuan-Ti, super powerful. And I think Yuan-Ti is actually what I talked about, that Sinise character I played. I believe they were a Yuan-Ti. The last cleric I played was a Yuan-Ti. And they were like, oh yeah, having magic resistance and poison resistance is extremely overpowered. Plus your poison spray, you get friendship, animal friendship, an unlimited number of times with this trait, but only on snakes, which is fine. There are snakes in a lot of places. Especially if you are, depending on your character, has the ability to summon snakes. So if you had like a bag of tricks or something like that that has snakes or other small animals in it, or summon beasts, that sort of thing, you can make a lot of use out of that serpentine spell casting. You can also cast suggestion with this trait. And you can start summoning some bigger and bigger snickies. Snicks. Maybe if I was playing that campaign, I might nudge my DM and be like, hey, I want a... what are those things called? The animal items. Oh gosh. Those class of items. Where you have the, like, onyx owl, the silver raven... Or no, it's onyx dog, right? Gosh, what are those things called? It's onyx dog. Figurines of wondrous power. Yeah, that you can be like, boop, boop. You just pull it out of your pocket and you toss it and you're like, animal companion, go! Do that, and I would probably ask if I was going to play Yuan-Ti, to be like, hey, can I get like one of these figurines of wondrous power? But can I flavor it to be a snake? Which I don't think the DM that we're going to play with would be opposed to that. But yeah, that's pretty much everything. Okay, so we looked through everybody. We got it down to 4, basically. I think Gif and Furbolg are going to be really, really difficult to pull off narratively. So that kind of leaves us with the Githzerai or the half-elf Sun Elf variant. Let's look at them side by side, real quick. Let's revisit. Where's the Gith? Because again, this would be like somebody that our deity has pulled from the astral realm as a cleric of that faith to push them out to work on something, which I like and fits well. I like that. It does give us the shield spell, which is really, really nice. Advantage on saving throws to avoid or end charmed and frightened conditions. Again, not going to come up that much. Having resistance to psychic damage is very nice. But a lot of these are already wisdom based, so really I would be only kind of getting shield and mage hand out of it, for the most part. The other benefits are kind of tangential. Not that the mechanics are everything, obviously, but I do want to pick something that's going to be useful for us, in addition to... I'm trying to do a little balance and be like, okay, narrative over here, the story of what this character's about, as we're looking at things to make them, like, mechanically, this is going to be a rock solid character. So maybe not the Githzerai. Now let's look at our Sun Elf Descent. We're going to get Dark Vision, great. We're going to get the skill versatility, which is the thing that I said that clerics kind of struggle with. We don't get a lot of skill proficiencies as a cleric. That'd be nice. The weapon training does nothing for us, but getting a free wizard cantrip can be extremely useful, even if intelligence is the spellcasting ability for it. Because we can look at our... Let's just look at the wizard spell list real quick. These are our cantrips. So we've got, again, that allows us to dip into sort of our Blade Singer stuff. Because we are going to probably be upfront with a weapon. So we can do that. Target suffers weapons normal death, then becomes sheathed in booming energy. That's pretty sweet. We can pick up Control Flames, which would be very iconic. Work very well with our cleric, who doesn't get Control Flames. So we can pick up something like that, because only the Arcana Cleric, Arcane Trickster, Nature Clerics. Yeah. We would not have access to that. It's okay. It's an okay cantrip. Being able to snuff out flames is really nice, though. Depending on what you're doing. We could cast Friends, Green Flame Blade. Yeah, being able to hit a target and Green Fire leap to another target. They have to make a save, though, on that, right? Oh no, they just equal to your spellcasting modifier, which would be 0. Because we're not gonna, because we have, this has to be intelligence focused. Unfortunately. So that one, less helpful for us. Booming Blade is fine, because it just does the thing. Right, and they become sheathed in booming energy. If they move away, they take thunder damage. So, fine. It's fine. Lightning Lure, which is a pretty good one. Unfortunately, it's a save. Yeah, strength save would be pulled towards you. Fortunately, being upfront, most things that I do that on are probably going to have really good strength throws. Being a more melee-minded character. Mind Sliver is always very good. And even though I have to use my intelligence for it, most monsters' intelligences are also quite bad. So their saves are also not very good. So I could get the pull off and do psychic damage. And they have that minus 1d4 to the neck. That's really good. Or I could absolutely cheese Minor Illusion. Minor Illusion is an often underutilized spell. Like all illusions, it's very much up to the dungeon master, because illusion is very... has a lot of interpretation that has to do when you're working at it in the D&D game as to how it affects creatures. There's not a lot of strong logic like, oh, they take fire damage, they take this much fire damage. They either are immune resistant or normal or vulnerable to it. No questions about how that all works. Whereas with illusion, there's a lot of times, a lot of questions about how it works. Now, the great thing about illusion is there's no saves for it, really. I mean, if they can study it to tell that it's not real, that's not the part where, that's fine. They can understand that it's not real. It still persists. Because primarily in the way they use this, and I had a sorcerer character who picked up Minor Illusion. Now what this does is that when you're able to create a 5-foot image, you just make cover. Like, that's it. You can either make cover or concealment with it. You're like, oh, I just make some random cover. It can't create sound, it doesn't create light or smell or any other sensory effect. But you know what it does? They can reveal it to be an illusion. Even if it's an illusion and they know things can pass through it, they still can't see through it. Which means that you can use it as mobile cover. Which is where Minor Illusion really shines a lot. Or is your ability to hide stealthing. So if you're like, oh, I'm just going to put up... basically, like, if you ever watch like the old Looney Tunes where they are... We're gonna paint a tunnel and then run into it. You do basically the opposite of that. You're like, okay, we're gonna pass through this passageway. We paint basically that there isn't a wall image before the hallway, and we run behind the image of the wall on the other side. Again, this is very up to interpretation with your with your dungeon master, because it does technically say an object, but doesn't super well define what an object can and can't be. Chair, muddy footprints, and muddy footprints aren't really objects. We're already getting right. It's getting muddy. The definition's already muddy. That's a pun. Chair, muddy footprints, or a small chest. So it's already not super clear what it is. It just has to be less than 5 foot. So this would be a 1, and I could really cheese the hell out of it if I really wanted to. But let's see what else is there. Minor Illusion's just a good, useful spell. If you're playing with a DM that is okay with illusions. Some DMs are, it doesn't matter how you try to wrap around it, they will not be okay with illusions, and that's fine. You gotta know who your DM is before you decide whether you're gonna play an illusion-based caster or not. Trust me, I've gone that other way too, and not had a lot of fun. Shocking Grasp is a touch spell. It is intelligence though. Melee spell attack, so we really want something that's... True Strike is better now. Which allows us to do radiant damage. Is pretty sweet. So we could do radiant damage, which already plays into our cleric really well. So I like that. It drops into that. Things sound good. Things sound proper. That sounds like exactly what we want. So True Strike would be a good one for us. There are mechanically better things we could probably take. I've taken Mold Earth, and it caused a lot of DM headaches that way, for sure. The old Mold Earth, that's why they changed it, and it's not... Mold Earth's not around in 2024 anymore. But I could pick up True Strike, which just allows me to do radiant damage with a weapon, which is very important. Or not important, but very useful. Whether you deal radiant damage or the weapons damage, and then I deal extra damage with weapons. Clerics are nice because they don't have a ton of stuff kind of going on. I was going to say for a bonus action, but that's not for bonus. This is technically an action. True Strike is technically an action. But it is that attack. Oh, the attack uses your spellcasting ability mod. Okay, less useful for us. I forgot about that part. That is less useful for us. We could pick up Message, which is a good go-to. Anything that we don't need to save for would be really good. Moving Blades are alright. You could also just get Prestidigitation, which is good. And doesn't require any kind of save on anything. So we've got a few here that are pretty good. I could pick up Light, but honestly, I'm gonna be a Light Domain Cleric. I'm gonna have a lot of Light coming my way anyways. So we don't need to worry too much about that. So yeah, I think we're good. I think we're gonna go. So yeah, I think Sun Elf is gonna be the way we're gonna go. We're gonna go Half Elf, and I'm just gonna go ahead and write this down. Half Elf, Sun Elf variant. Perfect. And I think what will we choose? Maybe just Booming Blade. It's super good. It's rock solid. It does what it's supposed to do. It deals thunder damage, which a lot of things are not immune to or resistant to. The problem is that it makes a bunch of noise. But being a cleric that's probably going to end up being bathed in light a whole bunch, not technically a bad thing. And could give us something nice. Because I don't think we can't get this as Change this real quick. Here's there. Oh, sorry. I forgot. When you do that here, we'll actually do both of those. So we're going to get guidance, which is great. A little less great than it used to be. We'll have light if we need it. Resistance, which is okay. Fear of the Dying, which I'm not generally a fan of. Word of Radiance. Usually, as a cleric, you don't want to pick up, or really any kind of character, you want to pick up anything that bursts around from you. It's like a close burst thing that bursts off of you. But if we're going to be a little more of a frontline cleric, we could pick up something like this. And we'll have Sacred Flame, which will be our go-to range attack, especially because we can ignore cover with it. So yeah, okay, so we just need to pick a cantrip. I just gotta pick a cantrip. Should be easy. This stuff always takes me forever. Which one do I choose? I don't know. Blade Ward. Blade Ward wasn't an action, it'd be super useful. And it's also concentration. Not super. And so I think we might just go with Booming Blade. But they have to move, and they generally monsters don't move. Unfortunately, they roll up and they hit, and then they just stay there. That's how most people run monsters. So that's probably not going to be super useful for us. Green Flame Blade on the hit, but then it takes the fire damage, your spellcasting modifier. So that's one's actually also not useful for us. Infestation, not really for us. Lightning Lure is going to be a strength save, which they'll pass. Mending Message, Mind Sliver. Mind Sliver is still on the table, and it's still pretty good depending on what you're fighting. Because a lot of things have real bad intelligence scores as monsters. A lot of monsters that have pretty bad intelligence scores. Or you could just pick up Message, which is super useful. Being able to do that is really great. Or I could go with Minor Illusion, which is an old standby. It's really great. I really like it. I could maybe try to cheese it. One of the things that I can do is you can make a sound with it. Now, what I would try to do if I was really going to try to cheese this, and I was really going to work with my DM and be like, hey, can I make a check to basically try to do how noise canceling works? Like, I'm going to do the opposite spectrum of sound to help us stealth by or something like that. Let me do something like that. But that is a lot of cheese. There's a lot of cheese on that. I could just do friends, but they still. We really want something they don't do to save them, because I have to use intelligence for this. Booming Blade is probably going to have to be my go-to. It's great. It's fine. At 5th level, the melee attack deals an extra 800 damage to it. Oh, that's good. So I can make a chance whether I get to 5th level. If I have advantage, maybe it's more useful for me to, rather than make 2 attacks, maybe, well, maybe not. It can go either way. But Booming Blade might be the one. I can do, so I've pretty much got it down to either Booming Blade, Message, or Minor Illusion. Because I don't know if anybody will have telepathy. Maybe I'll just go with Message. It's super useful, but Minor Illusion's so good, and it can do plenty of shenanigans with it. But maybe I should leave the shenanigans to somebody else in the party. Our rogues and other arcane casters, or our bards and stuff. Maybe I should leave that to them. That's kind of their wheelhouse. I don't need to take over that space. So maybe we'll just go with Message. Message sounds good to me. We'll do Message. So we decided to go with the Half-Elf Sun variant. We're going to pick up our Message. Perfect. Love it. done. That took way too much time because I am who I am and I have to obsess about this stuff. I'm sorry, it's who I am. I can't help that. It's what it. Do I run my monsters true to the monster manual stats, e.g. all chimeras have an intelligence of 3, or do you play them fast and loose depending on speed? Oh, that's very interesting. I guess it depends. Things is that most monsters are just monsters, so I kind of assume that anything that doesn't speak a language, for the most part, has basic kind of beast intelligence and or wisdom. So they understand some things, but they don't understand very complex things. Very much the same thing where if you use a spell like Talk with Animals or Talk with Plants, it'd be like their understanding of not just conversation, but their ability to understand, sense and understand truly what's going around them is really, really limited. Now, I'm not going to say like, hey, if you talk to a tree and be like, well, the trees don't have eyes, so they don't know if that person passed by here or not. I'm not going to do that. But I am going to be like, you have to be very generic with your descriptions, and you're going to get a very generic answer. And if you ask for very specific information, they're not going to understand it. So as far as the monsters being smart or not, like, can they recognize certain traps, like a pit trap? They might be able to suss it out. They might be able to understand that something is not right if they're looking at it. Which then might be more of an investigation check. And you can base that off of being like, oh, well, they smell that like people have been here and altered this stuff. Or maybe they've been through here and they're like, this isn't what it usually looks like. They have some memories of it. They have some amount of critical thinking. Maybe they've seen pit traps before. Maybe they've fallen into one before. So you can rely on their ability to understand some of that stuff. Now, if you do something like... I'm going to assume you're referring to like the minor illusion and stuff like that. There's stats for it right there for them. Be like, if you make it a minor illusion, will they be able to see through it? And, I mean, they get the roll. That's why the roll's there. And yeah, I'll probably go with how they're in there. Now, if I want to have a chimera that's like a special chimera that maybe they're going to for information, or I want to have more of an NPC vibe, I might bump up their intelligence or give them the ability to speak or something like that. But then I'd be like, well, they're already a monster, but something else has happened to them. They are outside of what you typically know of something as being a chimera. So you change it a little bit. Yeah. In my opinion, Green Flame Blade is still solid for a melee build, even without... I mean, it's primarily for a melee build. That's the Blade Singer. It's for a melee build, and maybe not as good of a intelligence wizard as normal because they still have to use their dex to fight with. So dex might still be their primary modifier, because yeah, it's not using int at all to deal its damage for Green Flame Blade. Or no, Green Flame Blade is the one because the bonus damage is only the intelligence. Yeah, but the spread fire damage doesn't work like that. I don't believe. So we're gonna go with our half elf variant. We're gonna pick up some dark vision, so we'll start writing this down here. Help you guys over. Our character sheet. All right, so let's start writing our guys down. All right, so we're gonna pick up our sun elf variant. We already said that. We're gonna pick up dark vision. Our 60-foot dark vision. We're going to be medium. There's no reason for us to not be medium. I don't want to play as a small character, I don't think. And this is the old one, so it doesn't give us the option for that anyways. But obviously we would. We would. If I wanted to play a small character, I don't think my DM would be like, no, you can't play a small character. Superior vision. We have the Fey ancestry, which gives us advantage on saving throws versus charmed, and we can't be. Charm, which is nice as a frontline fighter, even though our wisdom's pretty high. No sleep. Or actually, what I'll do is I'll put sleep immune. All right. So we get our skill versatility. We get +2 skills. It's down here. And our proficiencies. So we get +2 skills. Being elfy boy. But I'm barely an elfy boy. And we're not going to take elf weapon training because we are already going to be proficient with longsword, short swords, short bows, and long bows. I could have played bow cleric. That would have been a fun one. Cantrip. We choose one cantrip of your choice from the wizard spell list. Intelligence is your spellcasting ability for that. And we're going to put this over here. And we decided to go with minor illusion, right? Is that what I chose? Yeah, minor illusion, I believe, is what we. And I'll just put it in here, and we'll clean this up later. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Am I required to yell green flame every time you use it? Of course. Of course it is. Yeah, like the old Chris Perman. Green flame! Yeah. We are required by that. Usually, sometimes, you know, I go back and forth. Sometimes I play characters that are a little bit more anime and they yell out things as they're doing the spells. And then other times it'd be like, I don't know, it just happens. He mumbles some faux Latin under his breath and things just happen. So I play it both ways. Sometimes it's fun to be like, especially if I'm playing a real strong like wizard or something like that, and be like, magic time. And then sometimes it's like, that's not really an important part of this character. All right, so we got our languages. We get Common, Elvish, and an extra language of our choice. Common, Elvish. Oh no, we didn't take minor illusion. We took message. Wrong M spell. Get that. So we'll take message because that's always going to be useful for us. All right, and I think that's everything. We could roll for our base height and weight, but honestly, it doesn't really pertain to anything, so I don't really care about it that much. All right, so we got our elf. Got that. So now we need a background. We need our B. We got our A's. We got our C's. We need our B's. Okay, so let's take a look. We got a lot of background options, and I'll swap you guys over in a second. We got a lot of background options, but I think what I want to focus on first is strictly the 2024 stuff. I'm just going to pull out the player's handbook first to see if anything fits that we might change. Now, like I said, this is another place where maybe I don't follow the character creation guide that closely. The official stuff where I'm just kind of like, I usually just end up kind of kit bashing my own background that makes sense for the character. We'll see. But let me flip you over. So we need right down backgrounds. And let me swap you guys back up. Alright, there we go. Alright, so let's look at some backgrounds. Acolyte's pretty straightforward. Magic Initiate, there's a cleric. We're already getting that from the druid or wizard spell list. Get a first level spell. We can pick up some more. Well, we already struggled picking up wizard spells. Though I could pick up some of the stuff that we didn't use because of the save. So being able to do like a mind sliver would be nice. Being able to pick up Shillelagh. Yeah, let's being able to pick 2 cantrips from the wizard spell list, but be able to use wisdom for our modifier with it is a much different story. Because then we can definitely pick up True Strike, which makes sense that allows us to do our radiant damage. It feels very evocative. And we could pick up Green Flame Blade, which would be more useful for our character. Especially being a cleric, because I don't think we're actually going to get... I don't think we're going to pick up... Yeah, regardless of what we do, we're never going to pick up extra attack. So if we want to be a melee fighter, we need that extra little something. So being able to pick up some of those Bladesinger ones, so that sounds right to me. And then we can pick up... there are plenty of level 1 wizard spells that we can pick up, as long as we're using wisdom for the bonus. We are solid, baby. We're solid. So let's go back. So yeah, I think Acolyte makes sense for us. Or Acolyte, which will get us Magic Initiate. Or whatever the Magic Initiate is for Wizard. This might be the one where we just figure out what are the other ways that we can get Magic Initiate. See if anything else makes sense. Magic Initiate Druid would be our guide. I think it says Initiate for Wizard. Oh, being a Sage. Yeah, we could be a Light Sage. It does make sense that maybe we're more of like a cloistered cleric. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, checking to see if I got the Chris Perkins reference. I did, yeah. Green Flame. Sage is the one that gives... Yeah, thank you. Just on it. I don't have any problems swapping that around. We know that you're going to get a feat. We know you're going to get basically 2 skill proficiencies and a tool proficiency in most things. That's pretty much... So the 2024... rules for backgrounds are even more boilerplate than the 2014 ones were. So it's just like, you're going to get this feat, you're going to get 2 skills, you're going to get a tool proficiency, and you're going to get, because we're not worrying about the ability scores, you're going to have to get some sort of equipment out of it. Which, since all of the equipment is different, I would probably always just choose B, which gives us our 50 gold, unless I picked one that was like, oh, this makes more sense. So I'm going to feel free to mix and mash. I think we'll be fine there. I was just saying, if anything came off the top that would be really good. I don't really care as much about knowing Arcana and History. Really, I only want the Magic Initiate to get us the spells. But there's other stuff we could take. You don't have to do that. Lucky's fine. Savage Attacker. Roll the damage dice twice and use either roll. That's okay. It's not super great for us. Scribe, which gives us Skilled, which gives us more skills, which could be useful, but we're probably going to have a skill monkey in the group. Probably don't need Tavern Brawler. That's a very specific one, and we know what that does. Skilled, Lucky. I mean, Lucky's fine, it's just... I personally don't enjoy tracking luck points. This, again, just like some of the other things, it's like, I will forget about those and forget to use them. Healer one, which is not as good as the 2014 healer feat. And I don't necessarily need it because I will have spells that will do healing. But having the healing rerolls for a cleric is nice. I feel like you can always reroll ones. That is really nice. You know, it's give and take. Ooh, I do like Alert. Alert, straightforward. Gonna be good. The good thing is you can roll your initiative, you add your proficiency bonus to it. Again, our initiative is going to be pretty dog. It's not going to be good. Our dex is only a 12. We only got a +1 to rolls. And usually you want the cleric to go in the back. But as we might be the only upfront fightery kind of person, the initiative swap is what we're looking at here. Because that means that if somebody like is playing, let's say, the bard, and the bard's like, I could go first, but that's not super useful. Or do you want to make sure that like a frontline person like me gets to go first, so that way I can go get sticky on one of the bad guys so he doesn't slide around me and get to you guys. So initiative swap works both ways. You can both swap up and down. So it's useful sometimes. We can always just take tough. Tough is... it's an okay feat. No, I'd say it's technically a subpar feat in 2024. Your hit point maximum is increased by the amount equal to twice your character level. 2 more hit points as first level is okay. 40 plus hit points at 20th level is not a lot. That's, if you're lucky, maybe a round. So that means that consistently, like through the lifespan of your character, it only gives you a low level hits recuperation, essentially, in a round. Musician, sure, I can. You give heroic inspiration to all allies to the sun. You can also affect this one. That's super useful. Like, just encouraging song might actually could be something that we pick up. Maybe he does like some liturgical singing kind of things, doing some chants. Domine es requie. Hit ourselves in the face with our boards. Alert's pretty good, right? Yeah, that's... Alright, so we got skilled. Skilled's really good. What does crafter do? That's our half price, right? 3 different artisan tools. 20% discount on non-magical items. And you're like, well, I mean, that doesn't come up that often. But if you need to make a big purchase, like, say, a horse or a ship, getting a 20% discount off of a $6,000 or 6,000 gold thing is a big deal. That allows you to get it quite early. And we can get something for our fast craft table, which is... I would love to play in a game in which stuff like this was extremely useful, where you're like down in the dungeon and we gotta jerry-rig a lot of stuff to work. But most D&D today is not really played like that, so it's not really a concern for most D&D. Yeah, as you say, Crafter is very campaign specific. Like in the campaign that I'm running right now, this could be useful. It could be useful. But in the campaign that I'm probably about to play in, probably not as useful. So, what do we pick up? I kind of like... skilled is straightforward for us. I could pick up the Sage one that gives us the access to that stuff, and that's really good. But actually, you know what? I was kind of taken in by the Musician feat. I kind of like that Musician feat. It gives me a very specific thing. I can give out heroic inspiration. I only have to remember to do it 1 time a day, so I can just be like, hey, when we do a rest, I just do the thing. And I give it to my allies, which means that I don't have to keep track of it afterwards, because I can't give it to myself, which is very nice. It also will make him sort of an annoying cleric, which I kind of want to lean into, maybe. Like, he's... like, I get this idea that he is got all this light that's coming off of him. Like, he is just this beacon, like, light that's like, it cannot be ignored, and now he makes music where he can also not be ignored. So I like that. I'm gonna go with the Musician feat. I like it. Alright, so I get the Musician feat. Do I get 1 benefit or both benefits? Oh, you gain the following benefit. Musical instrument of my choice. Just put this down here. And they put it down here. Position. And is it a long rest? finish a short or long rest. So it could come up pretty often depending on what kind of campaign we play, depending on our party makeup. Some parties, depending on their makeup, either do a lot of short rests or sometimes they don't do very many short rests and they really only take long rests. Depending on how many spellcasters are in it, typically, that aren't warlocks. Rest. Grant heroic inspiration. And I may just get like some coins or something, some sort of tactile thing that I can maybe bring to the game and hand out. Because that'll help me remember it because we play in person. That will help me remember to be like, I need to give these things to you guys. Okay. Perfect. So that is that. So we've got it. So like I said, we're kind of going to build some things together. So I'm not going to take the full entertainer thing because that's not going to make sense with other stuff. But I might take more of the acolyte stuff. So I could take insight and religion. I'm okay with those. Those seem like things that he would pick up. I'm sure that he gets those from his class. Which means anytime that we double up, it basically gives us one free one to put wherever we want. Because I'm pretty sure he's coming out the gate trained in religion, so we don't need to worry about that. Just making little toggles on my sheet. On our radio buttons. And he will get calligrapher's supplies. I like that. Let's see if the entertainer is probably going to give you a musical instrument, right? Yeah. He's going to give us a musical instrument. What do we want to get? I'd rather pick that up. So that's in addition to the feat. So I already get proficiency. Oh, and 3 musical instruments like this. Plus 3 musical instruments. Plus I get another training with it outside of that. In a different kind of musical instrument. That seems like a little overkill. I don't really need 4 musical instruments. So maybe we'll choose a different tool proficiency. Because I've already got 3 musical instruments from the feat. Oh, yeah, I'm glad you like the character concept. Yeah, he's starting to come together. I do this very slowly, but as it does, it starts to congeal. All the disparate things start to lay upon themselves. And it's my preferred way to make it. I know it takes me a long time to do it, and I always do it by hand, but I don't know. It makes the process more enjoyable for me. But I'm glad you like it as well. And it means I must be doing something right. If the other people also like it. So I'm going to change the tool proficiency because I don't need a 4th musical instrument. I don't even need 3. So, but that does give us it gives us these to choose from. Dulcimer, flute, horn, flute. I'll figure those out later. Those are not super important for me to know which ones they do. And sometimes I'll just generally just like go find a funky instrument in the world that I like and just use that. Rather than go with their very, very specific list of things. As much as as much as people want me to blare bagpipe music during our rests, which I could pull out my phone and do when we take rests, but I might save them from that. I'll make some, maybe I'll pull out the sham and do some snake charmer music or something. Actually, what I'll probably do is pull out some sort of like Gregorian chant stuff. Maybe some like Hildegard. Maybe some old Hildegard music. I can look that up on YouTube real quick and be like, hey, have yourself or some Bach. Yeah, we did a lot of church music. Do stuff like that. Pull that stuff out. Alright, so let's do a different kind of tool proficiency. What do we got for Acolyte? We could do calligrapher supplies. That makes sense. He would do like we went with that cloistered monk kind of background. If we wanted that to be like his strong kind of background, that would make sense. I like that. Use one kind of artisan's tools. Let's just look at all of them. Alchemists, brewers. I could do brewing. That is very much a thing that they would do. Historically, a lot a lot of abbeys would do is brew some beer. Calligrapher supplies would do well. Carpenters, supplies, cartographers, cobblers, cooks, glass blowers, jewelers, leatherworkers, masons, painters, potters, smiths, tinkers, weavers, woodcarvers, tools. Nothing really jumped out at me at brewer supplies, except brewer supplies, but let me look up brewer supplies real quick. Oop. Brewer supplies. Ability intelligence, of course it is. The thing that I'm not great at. I can craft an antitoxin. That's kind of neat. That's kind of useful. Person tools are required in pursuing a trade. Each type of card is in separate proficiency. If you have proficiency with a tool, add your proficiency. A proficiency with a skill that is used with that check, you would have advantage on that check too. Neat. Oftentimes in a lot of D&D games, you don't really need to detect if there's a poison drink, and if you do, there's a spell for that. You can detect poison. Another spell that doesn't get used a lot. There's not a lot of times that the player characters are gonna be poisoned. That's a very old school D&D where it's like, oh, you come across a sumptuous feast table in the middle of a dungeon because OSR Gonzo dungeons are weird like that. Like, a bunch of Madhouse dungeons. Like, do you want to eat any of this food? Ooh, can I tell if it's poisoned? Well, you can either try tasting it, or you can, you can cast a spell about it. I don't want to cast a spell about it. Or sometimes you do. Oh, so it's weird because a lot of those times would be like, oh, and then the feast gives you hit points back. Or anytime you come across any sort of pool of water, you're like, there's a 50% chance this will kill us, or a 50% chance it's going to be great. And then an additional 50% chance, yes, I understand that's a 150% chance. It doesn't make sense. It's weird magic. That it's going to do some weird thing to us that's not going to be necessarily good or bad. It's just going to be something that happens to us. Like, oh, you're going to have a frog's head now. Cool, I guess. Like, well, you get to do a fun thing with your tongue. I guess that's neat. I guess that's cool. Let's see. Thieves' tools. Probably not that. Ooh, I could do a gaming set. That would make sense. Navigator's tools, no. Yeah, maybe a gaming set. What kind of gaming sets we got? Dice, dragon chest, playing cards, through dragon anti-set. It's very basic. I could see him maybe going for like a chess set. See what else we got. Herbalism. It'd be nice to be able to make a potion of healing. I don't know if anybody else will pick up something like that we can make a potion of healing. And this would be another thing that kind of flows into, if we think about the cloistered monk, they did do a lot of apothecary style stuff as well. Running hospitals and things of the like. Photographer, no. Carpenter, I don't think so. We're getting a little too Judeo-Christian if we go carpenter's tools, I feel like. Yeah, I wish the thing didn't already give me 3 musical instruments, making the entertainer tool proficiency just kind of worthless, honestly. I could do brewers. The thing is, like, if I don't pick something useful, it will just not be useful. Probably not forgery kit. I guess we'll go with calligrapher's tools. Like, I think this equipment makes sense for that background, even though this will probably have a lot of overlap with their class. I assume. Let's look at what they get. Holy symbol, priest pack, water lamp. Actually, maybe not. Maybe there's not a lot of overlap. We get a second holy symbol, I guess. But we get some parchments, a robe, calligrapher's supplies, and a book of prayers. An accurate nonfiction book about this topic, which is not. Let's just open that in a new tab real quick. Yeah, I might swap that. I don't think my DM would give me a lot of harassment if I just had like a religious book that's not a prayer book. It's like I could make it like a musical, like a book of hymns or something like that, which would be okay, but there's no reason that the way D&D works, it's not like I have to take into concept like how many hymns I have memorized, how many songs I have memorized as a musician. So this would make it somewhat useful, which means I would get a +5 whenever I made that religion check. So that seems useful to me. Let's do that. I like it because there's not any really overlap except the holy symbol, which is all right, whatever, throw away. So yeah, we'll go with that. We'll pick up the acolyte. We're gonna get insight and religion. We're gonna get our calligrapher's supplies. We're also gonna pick up a book, and actually, I've done the wrong thing. I'll put this down here. Book on religion. We're gonna have a holy symbol, of course. That'll double up on us, but the holy symbol's what, like a, how much is a holy symbol? It's not very much. Gold? Maybe. Yeah, but holy symbol, holy symbol, holy symbol. Oh, there's just not a cost associated with it anymore. Weird. Unlike all the other symbols that you can pick up for money. Okay. Is it under each one? Oh, 5 gold. Yeah, all right, 5 gold. Yeah, I mean, I lose 5 gold out of it. All right. You know what? I'll be kind. I'll give myself that 5G back. Well, actually, no, because we said that we're potentially going to take the cash for our class. So we'll take the clash. London's calling. Take the cash, and then over here, you think amulet, emblem. I think I have the perfect miniature for this guy too. The best part. I'm thinking it could be just like on a tabard. I like that. Very sort of like praise the sun style. I've done reliquary before where you have like a little thing that's around your neck and it's got like a little mummified finger or something in it. Very fun. Very much could go with that if I going with the Kieran thing where it's like a piece of antler or something like that too. That would be fun. That's very much in the line of kind of what we've been doing. But yeah, no, I think I'm gonna go big amulet because, right. Why not take the guy that's got the big sun on his chest for light domain? That, I love it. We'll go with emblem. We'll go with an emblem. That'll work. Get our looking for supplies. Nope. Work in here. Right, I'm just typing this in real quick. That's our holy symbol emblem. And we're going to take calligraph supplies. Sure, 10 pages of parchment. We got a robe. And we're going to get a sweet 8 gold spending cash. Will do us a whole lot of probably nothing. We'll see if there's anything in there for items, but probably not. Alright, so that's our background then. So we're gonna, what do we name this background? Because we didn't fully go acolyte. What is it called? Oh man, this was just in the show I watched not that long ago. God, Gosh, what was that guy called? It's an old weird term that I don't know off the top. But while I'm looking it up, it'll be just easier for, I think, for you guys. You guys can look at everything that I just wrote down. How about that? So that's where we are right now. And I'll move down. That's what all the stuff we put in there. I don't know what some of that stuff is. Gosh, what is that? What is that guy called? The sacristan. Could you merger? No, that's not what I'm looking for. No, that's not what I'm looking for. There's so many weird church names, and I love to use these things when they come up. Let me see. Ooh, yes. This is the kind of bullshit I love. This is great. I love it. Yes. This guy, his background, Forrester. So one of the people that's generally in charge with musical aspects in an abbey or a monastery. So this guy's background will be chorister, because we went to give him the acolyte stuff, but we also mixed in some of the entertainment music stuff. So this is going to be the chorister. He's a chorister. Love it. I am digging it. All right. So that leaves us with pretty much just picking out the last little pieces of our class there. And then we'll look at that. Tell you what, I got a little bit of time to burn. I'll take a break because I want to refill up on my drinks a little bit. And then maybe we'll go on from there. Hold on a moment. They're sending that to me now. Sorry, I got distracted. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish off this little part. We're going to take a quick break and refill up on some coffee. We'll come back. We'll knock out a little bit more. I don't know if we'll get through picking out spells. I mean, there's not that many, but we'll get basically to everything but spells. How about that? All right, so we're just doing that's an artificer. That's going to make for a real weird character if I did this sidebar for the artificer. Realizing you guys don't want you. All right, so we ended up doing a mix of. So we ended up doing a mix of light and entertainer that we have dubbed Forrester. Love it. And so now we just need to look at some cleric-y things. Basically, need to do all our stuff that's in this sidebar right here. Our primary ability is Wisdom. You think? Alright, we get a D8 per cleric level. So, we can fill in this stuff right here, because we've got this guy's up. So we've got a +2 on our strength. We've got a +1 on our dex. Got a +2 on the con. And we've got this big fat goose egg there. +3 on our wisdom. And another big goose egg on our charisma. Our proficiency bonus will be +2 because we are... What is that? That's right. We're a first level cleric. And what is our initiative going to be? Well, it's going to be +1, of course. And what's our speed as a half-elf? It is 30, of course. We know those things. Alright, so we need to know our hit points. So, pretty straightforward. We know that we get a D8 for our hit die. We get to add our con mod, which is 2. So we're coming out the gate with a whopping 10 hit points, which is not as ideal as we'd like to be potentially maybe the only frontline person. But, you know, could be a lot worse. Could be a lot worse. Could have a D6 or we could have not have any con at all. So at least we're in the double digits. So we got that going for us. We can probably survive a hit. So now we're gonna bump up. That's why we're taking our defensive items to maybe get our AC up a little bit. And good thing is that our Dex, Con, and Wisdom saving throws are okay. A +1, a +2, and a +3, so not terrible. They're the most important saves. Alright, our saving throw proficiencies are Wisdom and Charisma. I'll go ahead and drop those in. It'll give us a +2. Why Charisma? Who knows? Sometimes it's like, I don't understand why you guys chose specific saving throws for specific classes. Like, why Charisma? Why not Intelligence? Why not Constitution? Like, I feel like if you don't know where to put it when you're designing it, you should throw it in Constitution because everybody benefits from that. And there are very specific spells that go after Constitution. We are. So that's a +2 for our Dex saving throw, a +1, or a +2 for our Strength saving throw, +1 for our Dex saving throw, a +2 for our Con saving throw, a big fat goose egg for our Wisdom or Intelligence saving throw. Man, I'm reading and then saying the next line. Our Wisdom will be a +5, our +3, +2 for our proficiency, and our Charisma, which is a big goose egg, will be a +2 saving throw. We've got that figured out. That's going great. Our hit dice are 1d8 +2. And we get, we're first level, so we get a whopping 1 of those. So really, we can only do that one short rest, maybe. Alright, we've got our hit dice, we've got the... Now, I personally don't do the, like, ideals and bonds and flaws. I don't find those to be a particularly useful thing for doing character generation. I have a whole separate thing. I've gone over them in other streams if you want to check it out, where I have a very in-depth, like, coming up with the backstory of the character. Am I going to get that done before my game tomorrow? No. I'm for sure not going to. But I'll have a little bit of insight onto it. I might roll a few things, but we're probably not going to go over that in this stream. Because unfortunately, much as I love you guys, I do have other things I gotta do today. Can't be here all day. Just a good portion of it. A nice long stream though, because we're already at 2.5 hours thereabouts. We can go for a little bit longer, I feel like. All right, so we get our skill proficiencies, of which, like I told you, cleric's really hard up for him. We get +2. Oh, and we don't get religion off the bat, which is nice. So we won't have any overflow. We could take history, we could take medicine, we could take persuasion. I'm not going to take persuasion. We got a bard from them in the party. It's the one PC we know is in the party for sure. I'm not taking any of those. Not taking any charisma things for that. I have a guy for that. I don't have to do that. I pay somebody for that. He's a guy who sings and makes music too. Which I sing and make music too. He does it better than I do, for sure. Because I don't get trained in performance as the entertainer, which feels like I could have been, why didn't you swap it and give me one music instrument proficiency and then also give me proficiency in performance? But actually, the musician one probably does do that. So if I wanted to switch one of these, I could to performance. Which I might do. I might pick up performance. I might say that from my background, instead of getting, say, insight, I picked up maybe performance. But the likelihood is you're not going to have to do a lot of performance checks in D&D most of the time. So, it kind of fits the character, but it's also kind of not useful. And especially since I don't have a dearth of some abundance of skills that I do, unlike other classes. I only get to pick freaking 2. Maybe I don't do that. So I get to pick 2 extra ones for being an elf. Instead of 4, I get 6. Nice. Insight's good. Insight and religion I've already got, so that gives me history, medicine, or persuasion, one of my checks. So technically I can choose whatever and just say that I doubled up. Being a guy from an abbey, I'm gonna say history. Yeah, I think he probably has some history. That makes sense to me. And what's one other one? Medicine is the like go-to, but I don't know. I'm not really feeling that vibe for this character. So I'm gonna save those and give myself 3 extra skills and something else. What makes sense here? So let's go down. We've got acrobatics, animal handling, arcana, athletics, deception, history, insight, intimidation, investigation, medicine, nature, perception. I mean, I could just say perception. There's really no reason why I shouldn't. It's the most useful skill in the game. I'm a wisdom-based character. It's kind of expected that I'm gonna have a good perception. But I have both a decent insight and perception, so we'll go ahead. Sometimes we gotta lean into the tropes, just because they're useful. And because it makes sense for the character a little bit. The perception's in there, which gives us 2 remaining. I'm thinking animal handling as an abbey and stuff like that. Like, they have animals, they take care of them. There are aspects of that, like, monastic lifestyle in which you do a lot of that kind of basic laboring stuff. So I think animal handling makes sense to me. And then I've got 1 more. Nature, I don't think so. I guess we could put that last one in performance. It probably won't come up that often, but it would be nice to. Yeah, you can pick up redundant skills to aid your ally with a help action. Yeah, like being able to help the bard with a performance action does sound alright. And then, because I only know for sure, this is why I like to have what other people are playing in the party first. So that way I'm the last person, so that way I can build a character that complements them very well, just like you're saying. So maybe I'll go ahead and take the performance. He should be good at that. He's a chorister. It makes sense. He should have that. Even if he's not a particularly charismatic thing. There are, which is weird sometimes when performance is under charisma. That's why oftentimes I use the disentangled type of skills, where it's like, okay, this was going to be a performance check, but you only need to play like technical playability, like your technique of playing has to be good, which I would say is more of a dexterity performance check, rather than necessarily, you're not being charismatic about it, you're just making sure that you hit the right notes at the right time, which is different. That's a big difference in playing something like music, as to being technically capable rather being very charismatic when you're playing. There are lots and lots of performers who are not technically, I was going to say gifted. They're gifted, but they're not like maestros. They're not geniuses at what they do. There are a lot of, the most popular songs in the world generally only have like 3 chords in them, 3 or 4 chords in them as far as pop music is concerned. It's built off of charisma. It is in that performance. It's not built off of necessarily being very intelligent or even being sometimes a particularly good musician at it. So there's different ways you can tweak that stuff. So I like that stuff. All right, so that gives us our skills. So I'm not probably gonna figure out what my musical instruments are at this point, but which is weird. Oh, I could swap out the. Yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna swap out the Book of Religion, and I'm gonna swap that out for. Because I didn't think about that previously. I'm gonna swap out that as for some sort of music instrument, because that makes more sense based off of the background that we kind of cobbled together than having the book, and will honestly be cheaper in the long run because I think the book was like 25 gold. All right, let's see. So we got that. Our weapon proficiencies are simple. Except for the level 1 just gives it to you. One of the following sacred roles of your choice. Protector. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go with Protector. But we'll get there. So I'll throw simple down here. And +1. Sorry. Doing edits that you can't see. They're secret edits. This is where I make it happen. Simple weapons. You get light, medium, armor, plus some shields. That sounds good to me. That's our armor training out of the way. Our starting equipment. Choose A or B. We can get a chain shirt, a shield, a mace, a holy symbol. We've already got a priest pack, which is fine. Nothing's really as good as like the explorer's pack or the delver's pack, honestly. Unless you're doing a very specific thing. The priest pack is just kind of meh. Because this thing has a backpack, a blanket, holy water. Okay. Ideally, you're not coming across things at level 1 that need holy water. That's more of a like later, lower first tier adventure into the lower part of the second tier, where you start fighting things like start fighting a lot more like ghouls and ghast and whites and stuff like that, where that can be a little bit more useful. So yeah, we're gonna knock that out. We're gonna take our 110 GP, which gets us 118 whopping GP. Oh yeah, we're gonna go out on the town tonight, baby. That's what we're doing with this. All right, that gets us everything out of here, out of our sidebar here. Dun-dun-dun-dun. That puts us down here. Level 1 spellcasting. Hey, you know how to cast spells. Thanks. I thought that might happen. I get 3 cantrips of my choosing. And you can replace them later. Blah, 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 blah. I get spell slots. Cast your level 1+1. I get them all back on the same place. So we are first level, we know this, that we're going to get 4 prepared spells, and we got 2 slots. And we get 2 slots. Perfect. And that's everything we need from here. We're going to get our spellcasting. Now we're going to get our divine order. So we can either take Thaumaturge, which gives us an extra cantrip, which is cool, and give us a bonus to our intelligence, arcana, or religion checks. Again, I think it would just be nice. It would have been nicer to be like, hey, you can make arcana or religion checks, one or the other, maybe, and just be like, you can use your wisdom instead of intelligence. Instead of having to double up and be like, your wisdom plus your intelligence plus that, which I guess is tactically better, but you could also be playing a cleric that has a negative intelligence modifier, because again, intelligence tends to be one of the dumpier stats in 5e24. So, but we know that we are going to take Hector. We are the flame of the sun. And we will make merry and dance and play the hurdy-gurdy as we do it. So we're going to get proficiency with martial weapons. Police. So usually when that happens, it's kind of the weird distinction. In 5e24, they never really created exotic weapons. So it's just like, you're just trained with all weapons now. Which is, again, the thing, like, this is why it's always feels so vanilla to play the fighter, because the fighter is like, they have the ability to be like, I use all the armors, and I have the ability to use all the weapons. And it's like, everybody else, every other class turns around and goes, us too. Like, God dang it. I'm not that special, I guess. So we get all weapons, and we get all armor and shields. We're going to pick that up. Oh, weapons. Armors. And sweet, sweet, shieldy boys. Alright. Perfect. Sounds great to me. Alright, so we got our divine order. We are protector. We're trained for battle. Just fly in the crusty old meme of the party getting attacked, but you're just the bard and you're just playing your flute. No, we'll have weapons and stuff. So that means all we gotta do is kind of buy some gear and choose our spells. So, like I said, I'm gonna take that break. We'll come back and let's do gear first. Yeah, let's do gear first. I think spells aren't an easy choice, but they're just kind of some go-to rock solid good cleric spells, and we're not going to probably be doing a lot of interesting stuff with the spell selection, especially not at first level. But gear is something that you can do some interesting things with very low level. I'll talk a little bit about my gear and how I use it. There's also like a super old video on here that's like a 6+ hour video where I kind of go through all the adventuring items there are, like one by one, talking about them. So that would give you way more insight into how I choose things, but we'll do that first. We got to buy some arms and armor though. Like I said, we can pick up a lot of stuff off the dead. Corpses of the dead. But first, I'm going to take a break and grab some more coffee, and then we'll hit it up and go on from there. You guys, keep it steady. I'll be back in just a minute, alright? Bye. All right, we are back. Back. Sorry, that took just a little bit longer than usual. Up and do something else. Sweet bean juice, love it. All right. We are gonna pull some gear. Choose our musical instruments that we have as well. Calligraphy supplies. Trying to remember if there's anything that we... Anything that I haven't chosen the language yet. 2024 is real weird about languages. Languages, creating a character. Right, level, armor training, hold on, determine origin. Rare languages list. Alright, so we have our common languages. So we get common and elvish, but we get one other one. So let's think about that real quick. Is there anything that we want to pull from? None of the common ones really kind of jump out at me. Like, you could always pick up Draconic, I guess. And if I was going like the Bahamut route, then I say yeah. And I'm not going to do that, so... Do we have any rare ones that make sense? Celestial kind of makes sense. I have the idea they're kind of going off base. Like I said, I'm going to base it somewhat off of the previous characters I played in the two-shot, which was a Celestial Warlock, who was beholden to a Kieran. So I thought, I might want to go with that. So I might have to pick up Celestial. Some features let a character learn a rare language. I can do what I want. Tell me what to do. But that is something I would need to talk to. My DM cares about it. You know what? I'm going to put it down on my character sheet. I'm going to say Celestial. And then I'm going to say confirm with my DM. The brackets here. Remind me to be like, hey, I need to confirm this with my DM. If not, then I will choose something else. Probably Draconic. I could choose Dwarvish, maybe. Giant Gnome. I could choose Gnomish, but Gnomish basically never comes up along with Halfling. And Orcish doesn't really make sense. And as far as anything else on the rare languages, I could maybe get away with Primordial. Like I said, I could go with Ignan, which is like the fire language. Yeah, let's say that instead of Celestial, because Celestial's a little too on the nose. Let's go with Ignan. Maybe he learned some like chants or something like that in Ignan. Oh, getting auto texted about stuff. I don't need to know this. Oh, right now. All right, so we'll say Ignan for right now. Again, got to confirm that with my DM. I think he'll probably be more okay with me taking that than they would be with me taking Celestial, maybe. I don't know. You know what? I'll put a slash on there. I'll put Celestial / Ignan and let them choose, which makes more sense. I'll probably confirm that with them later on today, after the stream. Like, hey, which one of these should I either one of these feels okay. I'm leaning more towards Ignan, but like if that's not going to be a thing for the campaign, then whatever's useful for the campaign. I have no strong feelings otherwise. All right, so we got our language. +1 language is no more. All right, what other proficiency? We get 3 musical instruments. All right, so we need some instruments. What do we want to choose? This is sometimes where I like to go, hey, show me some weird instruments. Let's go with like medieval instruments. I like that. That is a good starting place. I'm not going to take the hurdy-gurdy. Yeah, turn. heck is this thing? Oh, precursor to the harpsichord. Interesting. Yeah, I was like, probably gonna end up with a sham. Because it's got that iconic kind of droning sound. You're like. Yeah, let's do this. List of. Be bright. Let's. There we go. One of these. What am I looking at here? Oh, it's this square. What the heck is this square? Is this like a type of drum? Yeah, frame drum. Anyway, there you go. I should read the description. That would probably help me a lot. Interesting. I like it. It's Iberian, which is fun. It's not Iberia. It's probably Muslims into Iberia. But I think we often think about the Iberian Peninsula as a very sun-dappled area. Sun, light domain, maybe. I don't hate it. Let's see what else we get. Captain's Secret, Edict Milan. Bells. We could use bells, like a hand bell. Interesting, so we could have a lot of bells. Bell, Sugarloaf Bell, Gothic Rip Bell. Lots of bells. We had a lot to say about bells. More handbells and chimes. Okay, so it makes sense that we should have one of these guys. So it seems like we should probably have some bells. And obviously this is going to be in alphabetical order, so... Music from the past. Illustrated doctrine points. Horn with 3 mouthpieces for each of the Holy Trinity to blow through. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. Bumbulum. Apparently there's a clown named Bumbulum? Interesting. Yeah, maybe like a... well, I don't know. Let's see. Some clappers. Do some clappers. Cymbals. Drums. Frame drum, which is one of the things we already kind of looked at. So I like a frame drum. Which, I mean, in D&D we just say drum, but I like to be a little bit more specific. Even though, I mean, if you can play a drum, you could probably play most other types of singular drums. Timbrel. Hourglass drum, yeah. Use harp. Knackers. Yeah, I think these are kind of what I was thinking about. Some like a rattle or some jingles. Yeah, let's lean on that with the bells. Let's go with some jingles. I like some jingles. It's very funny because it's like some of these things are like, can you play a basic drum? It's like you don't really need a ton of proficiency to play one of these instruments. They're very, very simple. Like using maracas. You can probably figure out. Ooh, a wooden rattle. This is a twisty rattles? Yeah. Interesting. It kind of makes me want to use that. We might be getting a little too down in the weeds here for what we're trying to do. Well, can't carry one of these with me. Maybe Hunger. Smaller versions may be handheld. Okay, so there are smaller versions of it. Lots of drums, tabber. Green. The old triangle. Oh, this is these are now we're into our stringed instruments. Good. So we had a percussion instrument. I like let's go with the we'll do one of each style. I like that. So let's do I want to use the cog rattle. That's fun. I'm gonna add cog rattle down here. I like that. Move on. Maybe we'll get a stringed instrument and then maybe like a wind instrument of some type. Clavichord. Oh yeah, I've actually put one of these in my game. I put a clavichord in the game that I'm running. They came across it as a piece of loot, which is kind of like a precursor of like a keyboard. In a big case that you can like, it's kind of like a harpsichord you can carry with you. Still heavy, but like the size of almost like a guitar case to carry with you. What? Crowd or road or bowed lyre. That's pretty dope. I like that. Guitar harpa. That's fun. That seems like this makes sense for our character. Sometimes when you see something, you're like, "Yep, stop looking. I think we found it." Use this tal harpa. Yeah, Shetlands. Welsh. We're not really going for a specific area theme because we don't really have I don't really have a specific cultural idea for this one. We kind of leaned on the Iberian thing and then kind of backed off of it. So I think I'll just I can kind of pick instruments from wherever. Now, obviously, because the Wikipedia page I'm on, I'm only looking at medieval European instruments, so it's going to keep us from looking at some other parts of the world. But this one, I think that makes sense because we're doing that very sort of Western Europe monastic tradition. So I think any of these won't make sense. All right, so we got that. We got our string instrument. I thought about the dulcimer, but we're moving on. Lute. Like, I don't want to use the lute or lyre because like every bard goes after those. But I always like to try to pick. I've used a nickel harpa before. I want to take some stuff. Psaltery. Let's get down here, man. I've also used the zither before, which are fun. That's a fun one if you've never heard it. That's a cool one to add to like a bard or somebody else who plays that you want something that sounds a little bit different. Still very much fits in like, here is a musical instrument you can carry around with you. It works really well. Zither is the next one. Wind instruments. Oh, is this the double reed one? Oh, this is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the one that's got like the double pipe. If we get anything, bagpipes, we're not doing that. Or bladder pipe. Not putting my friends through that. Big horn, a clarion, so big trumpets. I thought originally I was like, oh, maybe one of those big trumpets that goes around you, which is the herald trumpet. Probably not gonna show me one. Google. That's a type of cornet. Crumhorn. Flageolet. Pipe and drum. Flute. Duct flute. Gonna have lots of flutes here. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking of, right? Double flute. Each flute is played with one hand, somewhere two. Double reed pipes is maybe the thing that I was thinking of. Yeah, I'm looking at something like this where it's like one in each hand. Gibbs horn. Horns in general. Oliphant, which is big horn. Medieval trumpet, Iberian trumpet. Organ, organ, organ. Hand pipes, pipes. Reed pipe. Look at that double reed. Here's a double reed. Not a great picture of one. Let's see if I have double reed pipes. Here we go. They're really going like full wide mouth with these ones. They really want to take up space. I was thinking a little bit more like that. It would be a little bit more natural playing, not fully wings out. Like this. Look at this bladder here, and I'm like, well, something interesting is going on here. This has a very... Seems like maybe this has some subtext going on. Probably not, though. Never in any kind of art is there any sort of subtext or interpretation. Yeah, we'll go with like a double reed pipes. I like it. Harpa. We got a cog rattle, a tattle harpa, and a double reed pipes. Nice. You got them. All right. Well, that's done. Funk. I'm gonna know druidic. That's what we'll go with. Nah, I'm not gonna. All right. So, what else do we need? We've got pretty much everything else. The only thing that we have left, we gotta pick some spells, and we gotta do the rest of our gear. Now, we don't have any. We have one of our musical instruments. Which musical instrument do we want off the bat? As funny as I think it would be to just only have the cog rattle, probably not gonna go with that one. Probably instead gonna go with one of the other ones, probably the tattle harpa. So I'm gonna go ahead and write this on here. Love you. Here you are. Alright, so we had this one unspecified music instrument. We're gonna leave our music instrument being the and we've got a rib, and we've got some other stuff here that we've got. Alright, so now we need to spend our filthy lucre, our big 118. Let's go to, choose your starting equipment. All the way back up to arms. Let's go armor first, because we know that that's going to be our big purchase. Our table for armor, so we're going to pick up... We've got the 14 strength. That's going to get us chainmail. We can start with chainmail. Which is not what we start off, is a cleric, right? We start off with chain shirt. Yeah. Which would give us worse AC. So we're going to take the chainmail. We'll add it up here. So holy symbol, chainmail. I try to put the more functional things at the top. We got our chainmail, so that takes us 75 away. is... we got 43 left. So that's definitely the lion's share of our money, unfortunately. Let's look at some weapons. Tables for weapons. So here's the thing, I'm gonna pick at least one cantrip that's gonna be a ranged spell. So don't really need to pick up a ranged weapon. Nice to have, don't need it. If nothing else, I'll pick up a sling. Just for whatever reason. I'm not gonna be good with it because I have a +1 dexterity. I say that, but it's still technically my dex attack is only 1 less than my strength attack because my strength attack's sitting at a +2. My strength's sitting at a +2 plus my +2 for that. But we need a weapon. So let's look at weapons up real quick. We can get back over there. That's not the thing. Up. Alright. So I flung us back over here. We have... Now we can choose something big and beefy. The problem is like, we don't... do that. Hold on. Sure. Why are you not showing me my thing? Why are you not showing me the... Huh? Huh. Okay. We are having some technical difficulties. One moment, please. If I do it... Huh? Alright. I don't know why that's not working at all. It definitely should be showing you as far as what OBS is telling me. But it should be telling you exactly what we're looking at. Let me do this. I'm gonna throw us here. Then I'm gonna throw us back and see if that works. If not, you guys will just have to look at the character sheet, I guess. Actually, no, I can do something else. Oh, there she is. We did it. We fixed it. OBS gets weird about the windows if you use multiple tabs in like a browser window. It starts acting a little funky. But technically, I could just do it this way. So, like I said, my lovely face takes up more real estate this way. That's all right. That's all right. Most of this stuff is... You guys know what the weapons of D&D look like. You don't need to be looking at it that closely. So, again, this is not something that we actually need to spend a lot of money on, because it's real easy to pick up basic gear, like weapons and stuff, off of dead enemies. It's a little tip if you decide to ever take the gold value rather than the prescribed gear. Usually taking the prescribed gear is the way to go. Sometimes, depending on your class or how it works out, you might get more than you would the standard gold, depending on what your class is. But generally, they're pretty equivalent. But if you decide to go this route because you want to pick up like a very specific item that's worth a lot of money, or you want to make sure that like at first level you're like, I want a healing potion, which would make sense, and sometimes I would do that, especially if I'm playing like a druid or somebody who doesn't have a lot of things that they have to spend money on. I'd be like, oh, well, instead of taking the gear, I'll just take the money, buy the magic item. I'm not wearing armor or like leather armor or something like that, and be like, I'm going to pick up a healing potion because I think it might be more useful for first level character and party than necessarily taking some of the other gear like an herbalism kit or something like that. Because it's likely in the first session that I will not be brewing a healing potion. I won't have time to do it. Alright, so we're going to need some sort of wacky whack weapon. So we're going to be strength focused. It doesn't really matter what we choose. Now, here's the things is that I wish I could sort this table by cost. And so I don't want to really spend a ton of money. It doesn't really matter if we choose a simple weapon or a martial weapon. The only difference is the martial weapons tend to be a lot more expensive. Unless you get a trident for some reason, because that's 5 gold. Why? I don't know. Don't ask questions. But we could also just get a spear. Which is a cheaper. Though the trident technically does D8 piercing instead of D6 piercing. And it's versatile. And I guess they changed it. That's not what it always used to be, right? Weren't you able to throw a spear further than you could a trident? Now it's saying they're the same. I'm a big fan of morning stars, and usually I would pick up something like that. It's fun to use that rather than just be like sword, I guess. But not for 15 gold. We only have a little bit of gold left, and if necessary, I'd like to have some walking around cash, just in case there's something that I need specifically, or I want to pick up, or whatever. So let's pick something cheap. So I think, oh right, we need to. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Armor. We got to buy a shield too, which is 10 gold. All right. So we're technically down to 33. Because we did say we're going to be a sword and border. We've got our chainmail, and we've got a shield. All right, so we're already quickly running out of cash. It happens. But that does mean that we know what our AC is going to be. Our AC will be, in general, 18/16. If for some reason that I am not using my shield. Unlikely, should be using my shield almost all the time. Especially with the emblem being, I think it's going to be like tabard style. It's just going to be a big old sun or whatever. It's going to be right on the old chesty chest. So I like that. So for our weapons. Spear sounds good to me. It does D6. Maybe I could go up to the trident. Is there anything else that does a D8 that's... I mean, that's not... I don't want to do that. I don't want a great club. Battle axe. 10 GP, 10 GP. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything cheaper than the trident that'll get me a D8 piercing. I can take a war pick, though. I'm not really as worried about throwing it. Yeah, let's take a war pick. I don't think pick up a war pick very often, so yeah, I didn't realize I can't see it. My stupid face is in the way. We're gonna pick up a war pick for 5 gold. So we're eating into our cash reserves for 5 gold, so that'll leave us at 28. In here, we're gonna do it with a war pick. Right, because we've been capitalizing everything. We'll be consistent. Be consistent. Be consistent. Alright, so we've got our war pick, which is a versatile weapon. Again, our attack bonus is not super great. Again, not really what we're focused on with this class. We're not focused on dealing damage. We're focused on standing up front, taking some hits, being able to do some heals, being able to do some other boosting spells for ourselves, throwing out some blesses, having a pretty good concentration check. We'll see how that goes. I might pick up like a warcaster or something like that later on. Gives me the ability to have advantage on those concentration checks, or maybe, what is it? It's not the Pearl of Power, is it? One of the magic items that allows you to like throw concentration onto it and hold it that, since likelihood if I'm in the front I'm gonna get smacked a bunch. But really I'm there to be hard to hit and to take some punishment. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm there for. To do some buffs, do some debuffs if I can, and just sit up there and throw a few hits in if I get it. But damage is not my primary concern for this character. And we have a 1d8. I'll put /10 because we could use it versatile. Probably will never do that. +2. Very easy. 1d8 +2. So I mean, on average, we're going to be doing about 6 points of damage when we hit, which is a little less than usual because we didn't even hit that 16. We put all that stuff in our wisdom because that's a little bit more important for us as a cleric because it allows us to get more hit points back and stuff like that. If you want to fish for attacks of opportunities, maybe a whip for the range. Yeah. Again, it's not super important to this build for this specific character. And I looked at the whip and I was like, I could use a whip, and whips is a hard one. Number one, the whip does less damage. So that's part of it. It does give us reach, which is nice. It is cheap, which is also very nice. But I don't know, something about like the radiant and the sun thing wasn't saying whip to me. And I don't know, maybe it's the spike is like a sun ray. Some part of that was making me feel a little bit more like that was the way, because trying was probably the more mechanical answer, but it just didn't really make a lot of sense, because people would see a cleric with a trident and be like, oh, you must be like some sort of like water cleric, and they're like, no, I just have this. Just a weapon, man. It's not that deep. But we're gonna go with the war pick. Again, don't need to really pick up any ranged weapons because we're gonna have spells for that until we close to get into melee, basically. So we are good on weapons and armor, I think, which I think leaves us with adventuring gear, the table that we need. All right. So this gives us a list of stuff to pick from. Now, there's obviously a lot more than this in D&D, but this is kind of common stuff. Oh, we also do get one I forgot. I do get one magical common item, so maybe we should pick that first before we go too far. Here. Under home. Go to items. Filter. Let's do our filter. So we want it to be common. And we do want it to be either minor or major magical item, which I think will get us only magic items. If I remember correctly. I think it will. Fingers crossed. Here we go. It gives us almost nothing. Okay, so that was not the right thing. That was not the right filter. Because I don't think there's a thing on here that's just like, hey, only magic items. Yeah, I guess not. Okay. The adventuring produces a flame that you hear and consumes no fuel. This is a cool one. It is a bit redundant. This is a cool low level one. Adventurer's Ring, just having a ring that you can just like boop, and there's a flame that creates no heat and consumes no fuel. It has bright light and 20-foot radius and dim light. That's very evocative for the character that we're kind of building. Specifically because it's producing a flame that makes light. The problem is that in very short order, we're just going to like be radiating light, so this will be very unuseful very quickly. Plus, probably somebody will take the light spell. I almost never take the light spell because if there's any other magic user, they almost always take the light spell, and it's really silly to have a group often that has more than one light spell, especially when there's perfectly good mundane ways to light yourself. Just like, guys, pick up a lantern. It's not that expensive. Let's see. Armor of Gleaming. Armor of Gleaming would be very funny. Armor never gets dirty, which would be good for my Sun and Fire, but he's not quite Paladin. That's very Paladin-y. Which he is adjacent to. So some mending, common glamour weave. Creating and moving illusory pattern across the cloth hand. It's not really our thing. I took the Dread Helm for my Warlock. That was fun. It's just not that useful most of the time, but Everbright Lantern. The Bullseye Lantern contains an Everon Dragon Shard that sheds light comparable to produced by continual flame spell. Everbright Lantern sheds a 120-foot cone, close to 60 foot is bright light. This feet is 60 feet deep light. Maybe. Hat of Wizardry. I wish the Hat of Wizardry wasn't could be attuned to by people who were not wizards, because I think it's a much more interesting item. If you're not familiar with this one, basically it allows you can try to cast a cantrip you don't know from the wizard spell list. And so if you're a wizard, you already know quite a few cantrips from the wizard spell list. And it's a DC 10 intelligence check, which you're going to make pretty often. You only... And first level character, you're generally going to have what, like a 25% chance, maybe less than that, 20 to 25% chance of not having it go off. Which I think is just a lot more useful if you gave it to somebody else. And somebody's like, oh, I know that the wizards have a spell that I could try to do. And then they try it, and then if it fails, then it's like, oh, well, it didn't go off, but you can't use the property again until you finish a long rest. I'd probably bump it up to like a short rest. Or maybe you'd be able to use it a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. But being able to cast things like light or prestidigitation or minor illusion or message, or there's a lot of very useful wizard cantrips. I think it would be more useful if it was, in fact, could be required attunement by somebody who's not a wizard. So it's like somebody putting on a hat of wizardry and not really being able to use it. I think makes it a more interesting item. Can you maybe circumvent the armor cost by picking up an armor magic item? Yeah. This thing is that the way that 2024 is written, it's like this armor of gleaming is like, you kind of like put it onto it, but it still has technically the same GP requirements on here. It's like, in 2014, you could have definitely gotten away with that. I'm not sure you can get away with it as much, especially in level 1. A lot of people will try to like back their way into getting plate armor at level 1. And that's a very easy way to do it when you don't have the cash for it. But I think that is why they have changed some of the stuff in 2024. So you don't have paladins walking out the game fresh level 1 with 20 AC with full plate armor and as a common magic item and a shield. Yeah, I'm okay. We'll get gold. I'll get better armor. I can't wear better armor at this point anyways. And honestly, I don't need to buy too much more stuff. I just need like generic adventuring gear for the most part. I'm not super tied up for money. But yeah, it's a good idea, and I think that worked previously. I'm not sure it works quite like that anymore. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of light stuff in here. Imbued wood. That stuff's only good for those types of magic items. Instrument of illusion. Musical instrument. I can actually look at those for this character. You write a magical message on a non-magical surface that you can see within 30 feet. 6 words long. Fades away after 24 hours. Okay. Illusions are fun. These are really made for bards, obviously. Key charm. Cast alarm, arcane logic, glyph of warding spell. I can't cast any of those. That's less useful for me. Lantern of tracking. Track down a certain type of creature. Aberration, celestials, constructs, dragon. This could be a really cool one. We did say that like this guy is kind of from the corral, the choral aspect of an abbey or monastery or whatever. He's hanging out. A priory. And he's sent out into the world to do something. This lantern of tracking could be a really cool one and be like he's out there to chase down something specific. Elementals would be cool. Like he's trying to chase down a rogue fire elemental or something. That could be interesting. Especially if I get that Ignan language proficiency. That'd be a fun one. Or maybe there is a celestial that's missing. There's actually a lot of low-level celestials. So if there's a celestial that's missing that he's, tasked with recovering. There are... Get up real quick. Global Fight Club. Yeah. Give me filter. Show me some celestials. I mean, Pegasus, Cordol, Unicorn, Deva, Kieran. So Kieran's what I chose for the other person. That could be missing. Like, I hate this about D&D 5e or 2024. Like, look how paltry the Celestial list is. There are 8 types of Celestials. That's it. Like, that's just not enough, man. For it to be an entire category of monster, that's just not enough. You gotta have more. And they go up to 23, but that's not many in between. So it could be cool to be like, oh yeah, I'm looking for a unicorn or something like that, or like I said, the Kieran is missing. But if there was a CR12 creature that was missing, why would you send this level 1 dude to go do it? Unless he's the only person that's left. There could always be some sort of tragedy that befell the Abbey or something, and maybe it's been shut down or something happened while he was away and he's searching for it, but it could also just be like a relic or something. Or he could be using this lantern to track whatever went after it, whatever attacked. Maybe it's a dragon. That's a nice easy one. Like, oh, he's on the quest to find the dragon that destroyed his abbey or something, but I don't know. Manifold. Transforms into an artisan tool of your choice. I don't know any artisan tool. Mask of changed appearance. I can change my face. I don't think there would be any reason why we would need anything like that. Semi-autonomous object imbued with magical power. Dormant until activated. Once wound, the mechanical one. The Flying Wonder. That block. Oh, is this just... Yeah, alright, so these aren't going to do them. These aren't going to make the Mind Crystal, which is fun. I mean, the Moon Touch Sword seems like a clear thing you would go for if we could get around that. Sometimes I will talk with a DM because I'm like, I want the magic weapon at first level, but I don't want a sword. And I have it be something else. This does mechanically make sense for him being like the light. It sheds bright light and dim light. Like, he unsheaths this magical blade. I mean, the Moon Touch Sword is just very much like, it's just Sting, kind of. Except you don't have to worry about orcs being around. Or orcs or goblins. Right, I forget which one it is. Goblins, right? If the goblins are around. So, this could be, but it would be more of a Sun Touch sword. Maybe if it just shed bright light, I don't know. It took this one before, then it's lower. Pluck 1 bead from the bracelet to gain advantage on strength athletic checks for 1 minute. That's okay. Orb of Direction, Orb of Gonging. This would be very funny. The Orb of Gonging. It's a thing that I look at all the time. So I'm like, I'm waiting for the right character to use this. I'm not sure this is the right one though. Shielding, I can't use orbs. The pipes. The pipes are calling. Pole of Collapsing, that's one of my go-tos. I really love the Pole of Collapsing. But I don't know if that makes sense for this character to have that. Probably not going to take a potion, a pressure capsule, or a prosthetic limb. It could be interesting. I'd have to come up with a story reason why he missed it, though. Ruby of the War Mage, always nice. You attach it to your weapon. It just works for anybody, right? You just have to be a spellcaster. I might change it from ruby to like a citrine or something like that. Something that's a little bit more sunny, like a sunstone kind of thing. But again, don't really need it as a cleric, because a cleric you can always just have your emblem and you can just be like, boop, spell. Scribe's pen doesn't really do much for us. The shift weave, this is the one that lets you have multiple clothes, right? This is a fun one. But more of a bard or like rogue kind of thing where you can change outfits as somebody who's doing like disguises and stuff. That's not really us. Could just take a silvered weapon. I'd like to take the silvered antimatter rifle, please. I want an antimatter rifle that kills ghosts and werewolves. I want it to destroy vampires and werewolves, please. My antimatter rifle. Give it to me now, DM. It's on there. It said I could take it. Why are you upset about this, that I have an antimatter rifle? You said we could use anything. Obviously, we could use the antimatter rifle. Silvered, when you score a critical hit against a creature that is shape-shifted, the weapon deals additional damage. And if they're going after shapeshifters. Dark's really more their thing than truth. That would be a good one for like a cleric, like a truth cleric. Kind of focused on that. That'd be a cool one, is to have a silver weapon that does that. Smoldering armor. That could be fun. It'd be like his, like having like an ember armor kind of thing. It always just kind of seems like it's on fire a little bit. That's pretty dope. It is odorless, so you don't have to worry about it like the smell of fire giving you away. I don't know. We're gonna put this under this. I'll put this under this. I think that's one of the first ones we've come across. There's a few different ones in here, but I like the smoldering. I spelled it the British way. Been used and stuff. Spell scrolls. I don't really want to take a consumable. I'd like to take something that's permanent if it's supposed to be something that's kind of important to my character. Could take a spyglass. Clairvoyance. This is some Acquisition Incorporated BS, but so since we're not using the AI stuff, but you could just get a spyglass, which is a very useful tool. And they're also very expensive, so it's hard to get your hands on one. By the time you get your hands on one, you probably don't need it anymore. You have access to like divination spells. Alright, I forgot about the Sylvan. I don't think he would have this one because that's a very Fae thing. But my Warlock had one of these. Because I feel like creatures like Curing kind of walk that line where they're like kind of Fae, but kind of Celestial. They kind of mix and match. Some of those things are in there. And, Thermal Cube. Probably not taking the voting kit. The Wand of Pyrotechnics. The Wand of Pyrotechnics could be kind of a cool thing for a fire light guy to have. Harmless burst of multicolored light at a point you can see up to 120 feet away. A crackling noise that can be heard up to 300 feet away. Light is as bright as a torch flame, but lasts only a second. It's a cool, like, distraction thing. It's one of those things where it's like you gotta play very clever to be like, oh, if I use this as a distraction or something, get away that to maybe like get a bonus on some stealth or something like that. What does the rival coin do again? Daily at dawn. Magic action to toss the coin, expending its charge. Creature you can see within 60 feet of this. DC 13 with some saving throw and with failed save, the target takes 2d4 psychic damage. Attack roll. If it lands on me, I take d4 psychic damage. Since I don't have the resistance to psychic damage, I wouldn't choose this. If I had end up going the Gith route, maybe I'd take the rival coin. It could have been a cool way to work that in. But I didn't think of that. So, we only have a few kind of guys hanging out in here. Most of these are all wondrous items too. Maybe the smoldering cast-off armor is nice. In the current campaign that I'm playing, I said it was very water heavy. Being able to throw off armor because, you know, you got knocked in the water and you're sinking because you're in heavy armor is useful. You have to go dredge up your armor, but, you know, at least you're not going to drown with my not great, super great athletics. Well, I guess I could have given... No, I shouldn't have given I was like, I could have given myself athletics over animal handling. No, that wouldn't make sense for this. We're not going to do that. Clothes of mending is pretty nice. Yes. That kind of makes sense. If my emblem is my tabard, and having clothes of mending, which means that clothes that automatically magically mend themselves to counteract daily wear and tear. Pieces of the outfit that are destroyed can't be reported in this way, but magic items are actually quite difficult to destroy. So if I chose that, that might make sense for our Praise the Sun cleric. Alright, so we'll throw it in the pile. We're making a second pass. We're throwing this one in the pile. What was the close mending? We're tossing that in the pile. As it may be. Dread helms are set size, Everbright. I'll throw the Everbright lantern in there. Just because that is pretty cool. And I don't know, maybe my DM will do something with it, fun with it. Could not. We'll see. We'll put the Everbright lantern in there as well. If we got any other standouts. Not the spice pouch, not the silent alarm, not the stuff that we can't use. Not the instruments because they're very bard focused. We don't need any trickery. No mechanical wonders. We're not going to do the mood mark paint. Moon touch sword is a good go-to. Again, I'd want to do it something... so the Moonstone Blade is very close to that. If I wanted to go that route. The only difference would be like upping it for a 20 foot, 15 foot, and make it a sun-touched sword instead. Maybe. I don't need it. I don't necessarily want a sword for this character. I'm not necessarily a swordy boy. Like if I get it, it's fine. We'll throw it in here just in case. It'll be like a moon. Which sword. I will say something 5. That'll remind me to be like, hey, do I give it extra since it's a sun? It should be brighter than the moon. There's the Orb of Gonging, which I'm not going to use. The Orb of Shielding. These are all elements. The Orb of Direction's a nice one. Determine which way is the magnetic north. This also very much assumes that you are playing in an Earth-like world that has a magnetic north. But, you know, generally in the world, there should be, like, some place that's gonna... some load of magnetic thing. The thing is like, the orbit direction by itself, just like a compass by itself, is not particularly useful because it points at magnetic north, which is not north. And so you need to know the declination. You know the difference between where you are as far as what is north and what is true north from what is magnetic north. That's a little orienteering there for you fun you find kids, it's different. And so if you're following a compass thinking that it's heading north, you will eventually be very lost. You will not be, depending on where you are, and depending on where you are, it depends on the declination. So this is one of the things that's like, if you have this, but this also just does what Navigator's Tools basically does. So it's, the best part is they can be used as an arcane focus, I guess. Pulls, Pot of Awakening, not going to be super useful for us. Potions, don't want that. Pathetic Limbs, the Rival Coin, the Rope of Mending, Ruby of the War Mage, again, also useful, but I kind of want to use the... Oh yeah, this is the one that makes it a little sharky. Not going to be for us. See, if I had that and the Trident, people would be like, you keep saying you're a light cleric, but I don't know, man. You got like a shark and a Trident. So it seems like maybe you're not a light cleric. I don't know what I am. I could take a silvered weapon. But again, I think that looks a little bit more like a truth cleric kind of thing. Spell shard, I don't need. Spell rot tattoos, not gonna do that. Spike glass. Staffs, don't need it. Sylvan Talon, don't want that. Not gonna take a talking doll. For a couple of reasons. One, that would be a weird choice for my character, based off of everything we know about them. Two, there's somebody in my group that's not super keen on dolls, so I'm also not going to terrorize them with a talking doll. Tinker's Sobriety is a very specific thing. I don't think my cleric probably cares about that. And the Veteran Cane is a very specific thing. Oh, at least the Veteran's Cane has changed. That's nice. I feel like the old Veteran's Cane was like, it was a one and done. At least in the 2024 Veteran's Cane. And now you can now swap it back into a cane. That's actually a lot cooler. So maybe we throw the Veteran's Cane in there because yeah, but he's gonna be walking around with heavy armor. Never mind. It'll be like, oh, that'd be a fun one for somebody who, you know, maybe just walks around lightly armored or something like that. They have a weapon on them, but that's not what we have. I could use the Wand of Conducting. Oh yeah, I mean, okay. Wand of Conducting is pretty straightforward. I totally was blind spotted on that. For our Forester. So we've got a few things here. We've got the Clothes of Mending. That's really cool. I like it. If we have the emblem on our tabard, like on our chest, it makes sense that it just always takes care of itself. It is always renewed. It is the phoenix. It is the sun. It is always there. It is always bright. It is never dimmed or dingy. Like that, the ever bright lantern's really cool, but again, there's other ways to get light, and this will be our cleric eventually will just be the light. I'll just be the walking torch. So I don't necessarily need that. The Moon Touch sword, making a Sun Touch, same sort of thing. Don't necessarily need a sword. Not really what we're going for. The Smoldering Armor is also cool. So I think we're definitely down to these three. Wand of Conducting is very specific. I can make like background music for myself and for the bard. That's a very fun lean-in thing on the chorister. We talked about him being kind of annoying in both being a bright presence, like he is very gaudy. Not gaudy, like he's not opulent. But in that he is kind of that like chin held high kind of guy, like I'm here where I'm supposed to be. And things like that. He's very... I'm not... Headstrong's not quite the right thing. And it's kind of... the himbo without the bow part. Because he's not... I don't think he's going to be particularly attractive. But he's just like, nice, upfront, forward thinking. And very, very plain speak says what's on his mind kind of guy. Kind of, but not quite as prideful as maybe say like your standard paladin is, but he's leans very much in that direction. I mean, I am making very much I guess in a way I am making a praise the sun kind of boy. That is kind of what I'm making. So I think I can go, either one of these things would be good. Smoldering, having smoke come off you seems less almost radiant light like, and really leans in on the fire aspect, so maybe not that. The clothes of mending is cool, but honestly, how often does it in a D&D game do the characters' clothes truly get destroyed? Where you're really like, oh, you were set on fire and you put out the fire, but your clothes are absolutely wrecked. Any like non-metal gear you have on you, your backpack's burned up and all that stuff. It's a very specific game. This DM isn't generally their style. So I guess I think push to come to shove, I'm gonna go with the Wand of Conducting. So we'll put it on here. Wand of Conducting. Wand of Conducting. Alright, so we've got that. We've got our Talaharpa. So, we've got a little bit more money to play with. Let's knock out some... Let's knock out the last of our gear. I'm staring right at it. Why are these all adventure hooks? Oh, because I put adventure, not adventuring. Adventuring. Alright, so here we go. Adventuring gear. We've got some stuff that we can pick up. Rations, not usually a thing that we'll check, but we should go ahead and get our... Okay. Get this out of the way. So we're going to go our levels of survival. So the first thing that kills you most often in any sort of exposure situation is being able to breathe. We're presuming that we're going to be above the waves, so that shouldn't be a problem. So we don't really need to pick up anything like an air seeds or what is it, the pressure capsule or anything like that. We should be all right there. After that is exposure. Well, we've got clothes on. Yeah, we've got some nice robes on, so probably, as far as we know, we're not starting off in like a super cold place. Generally, and we're not starting off in the desert, so don't really need to worry about exposure for that. After that comes water and food. So we need a water skin. At least one. So we'll pick that up for... I'll pick up two. I like to always pick up two just in case, you run into a situation where you run out of water and be like, now I have another water skin full of water. It's a me thing. Water skins. And we're gonna buy some rations as well. 5 silver. Guys over here. I like to use the resource dive when I play because I like that. And you know what I'm gonna say? If that is what parchment is as well. Alright, I'll just put, you know what, we'll put calligraphy supplies. I'll put that over there. We have calligraphy supplies. Which was not included in the parchment. Good, our wand of conducting. 2 water skins. Not right for that. That up, so we have 2. Like most of the adventure gear is really cheap, so we didn't. Like I said, we were gonna have plenty of money for it. All things considered. The calligraphy supplies, I'd basically go back, and then once I burn out of that, I would do a resupply up. I'll get into the nitty gritty with that. This DM's run for me before they'll understand I do and why I like to do it that way, because I like to keep track of some of the limited resource stuff. It's a me thing. I understand. I'm the weirdo. Now, I will not be taking the light spell, so I do want to take a light source. Because somebody's going to take the light spell. It will probably be the bard or somebody else will take the light spell. I'm not really particularly concerned with it. This is nice to have a backup, though. And this is where I hop in and I go with the Dragon's Dogma style. If you haven't played the game, 1 or 2, I assume they do the same thing in the second one. I haven't played the second one yet. Where it's like, hey, you get a lantern. And lanterns are expensive, but number one, a stiff breeze doesn't put a lantern out. They are protected because of the glass. That's what makes them expensive. They also burn a lot longer. A torch burns for an hour. A pint of oil will do 6 hours for you. So if you toss that in there, you're probably not going to have to worry about it. Also, shines better light. But I like that. I was saying that with the Dragon's Dogma approach, is that you have to use a light source in that game, and when you do it, you light your lantern and you put it there on your belt. So your hands are free to do stuff. So it's a nice thing. And your lantern can be put out in that game. I think if you're knocked prone, it goes out and you have to get back up and turn it off. I can't remember. It's been years since I played it. But I like that. So we've got some money to throw away around. So which one do we want? And this will be more of a backup thing. And it's like a backup light source. Because like I said, somebody is probably going to have light in the party. You can almost guarantee it most of the time. So I'll go with the cheaper option, which will be a hooded lantern for 5 gold. 22. Perfect. Alright, so that gets... oh, we need some oil. Oil. And oil's cheap, too. 1 silver piece. We'll say 2 pints of oil. Two silver, so we're down to 20 gold. Wait, silver. So we're down to 22. Right up. So we're down to 22 gold. We've got most of our stuff taken care of. What are some things? What are some maybe babies get as far as? Well, we're gonna need a backpack for sure. Play here. Like, oh, well, we're definitely gonna get a backpack. We gotta be able to carry our stuff in something. We could also make like some sort of a bindle or like a blanket bag if we wanted to. If I wanted to go that route, sometimes I like to mix it up because the backpack's always so boring. It's also very anachronistic, but fine. So sometimes I like to have fun and be like, oh, we'll do something else, like a bindle or a bedroll, like wrap around your body and all your stuff's inside the bedroll, kind of thing. So other things that come up. We're not going to need a barrel or a basket. Here's the thing, probably not going to buy a bedroll. They have literally nothing except while in the bedroll, you automatically succeed on saving throws against extreme cold. Okay, as far as I know, we're not going into extreme cold. But otherwise, primarily useless. It'd be nice if it was like, oh, by the way, if you need to sleep, you also need to have this item. Or a pillow or something if you trance. Don't really need a bell. Same thing with the blanket. You have advantage on saving throws against extreme cold. But if you had 2 blankets, which is essentially where the bedroll is, then you're set, bud. But I will take a blanket. Number 1, they're cheap. Number 2, they're useful for other things. You can get up to shenanigans with a blanket, more so than a bedroll. So I'll take a blanket. I can use it to like can make a jerry-rigged tent, kind of, if we want to with that. Our blanket is what, 5 silver? Yep. Go down to 21.5 gold silvers. Now, do that. I don't necessarily need to buy a book. It's also, I don't have the money for it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I can get a glass bottle. I almost always do. You never know. This came up in our game that we played yesterday where I was like, oh, really wish we had a bottle. And I'd be like, yep. They're useful. You need to get some muck or grime or ooze or whatever and you don't know what it is, and it's nice to have a glass bottle. Put it in. That was bottle. 2 gold. Ooh, expensive. I treat you right. I get you a glass bottle. Alright, candles, nope. Caltrops probably doesn't fit with our cleric. Don't really need chains or chest or climber's kit or clothes. We technically come with a robe. Can I get the full description? Vocational ceremonial significance. Some events and locations submit only people wearing a robe bearing certain colors or symbols. There's technically literally no difference between wearing this and anything else, really. Except these are resilient garments. Okay. Quantify that for me, please. What does that mean? Fine clothes makes sense. Traveler's clothes, nuts. Don't need a components pouch or costume. Yeah, I'll take a crowbar. You never know. We don't know if somebody's gonna be strong in our group, so having something that allows me to get, because it could turn out, depending on what people play, because I don't know what everybody's gonna play, that there is a chance. And I guess I could one last time. Let's see if they updated anything. Probably not. Let me double check. There's a chance that I could end up with a 14 being the strongest person in the party, which is not great. No, it would appear that nobody has responded any further. Alright. So I don't know what people are going to play. Great. So there is a chance that I could accidentally end up being the strongest person in the party with only a 14, a +2. So if that's the case, I'll need the crowbar. I will need the crowbar. So that was our crowbar. Up. Dungeoneers don't need... I pick up a flask. Like this is I got into this discussion with one of my players recently about a flask. It was like, you kind of have to be careful because it's not clear. My assumption is that the flask is made out of metal, like it is a flask. And if that's the case, then, because he was trying to make Molotov cocktails, and he's like, well, I've got these flasks, so I'll just fill them up. And I was like, well, they're metal. If you throw them against something, they're not gonna bust, or they're made out of. But they could also be made out of clay. This is one of the things where it'd be like nice if they told us what it was made out of. What's the material? They told us that the bottle was made out of glass. What is the flask made out of? It's got to be made out of something cheaper because it's 2 copper pieces versus the glass bottle that's 2 gold pieces. But what is it made out of? It's not. Is it an oil flask, like a water skin? Is it? What is it? Because even if it's like the oil skin of that kind, like that's not going to break if you throw it against something. So I think with an alchemical flask or something like that, you're assuming, I guess it's clay, because like a clay pot, it'll explode. Usually I'd take it if it was metal, but we don't know it's metal, so... Because there are some things that will eat through glass, but not eat through metal, and other things that will eat through metal, corrode metal, but not glass. So it's nice to have both of those things. If, say, you need to do some black pudding work, can't use the metal flask. Not going to work. Healer's kit. No, I'm fine. I'll probably make a wisdom medical check. It's not that big of a deal. Inks, ink pen. I'm going to roll that up into my calligraphy supplies rather than track those things all separately. Get you a jug. I could take a jug. I'll take a jug. I'll take a jug. A jug is useful. But it might be... I know. I'll leave it off for now. It's just... It's gainly. Holds a gallon. It's big. It's definitely something that I would pick. I'm not sure it makes sense for this character. Lamps. Lanterns. We already talked about. Lock. No. Don't have money to buy those. Don't need manacles. Map. You know, for a single gold, a +5 to wisdom survival checks, you should definitely be picking up a map every chance you get. But I won't for this character. Though I could see this character having a map. I'm not sure the map would be to the area that they're in, because it doesn't tell you the size of the map. A mirror. A mirror's a nice one to have. I'll pick up a mirror. It is also expensive, but that's okay. I like to pick up stuff that is like, I probably won't find this on a creature. Dousing your creature, you place one of your attacks with throwing an oil flask. Target creature and be covered in oil. Okay, yeah, it doesn't really give me any. This doesn't say the flask breaks. So it makes me think that maybe the flask is leather, like a leather flask. Maybe that's why it's so cheap. Paper, parchment, perfume, poison, don't need any of those things. Pole would oftentimes be something I'm going to take, but I'm not going to take it for this character, I don't think. Anything else from the priest pack? Holy water. How much is holy water? 25, I can't buy it anyways. Potion of healing, pouch. I usually like to pick up a couple pouches. You never know when you need to put some stuff in the thing. Few pouches. A pouch. Even the pouches are really expensive. So you're like, at 5 silver pieces a piece, what the hell is the flask made out of? Because pouches are just like cloth and or leather. And not a lot of it. But that'll take us down a gold. We're getting pretty close. I may leave myself with like... Yeah, give myself a 111. I wish. I wish. If I had that money, we'd be doing stuff a little bit differently. Rations robe. Could I pick up rope? Everybody else in the party will have rope. Generally, that's not a thing I pick up. And I'll pick up a couple of sacks instead. Like I said, you never know when you need to put a thing in a thing. Because somehow the sacks cost less than the pouches. Like significantly less, because the sack's only a copper piece. Now you assume it's made out of like a hessian, like a burlap. It's real rough spun. But then what the hell's the pouch made out of? You're going, that's the difference between rough spun cloth and leather. Difference between a pouch of leather and a pouch of leather armor, say, is not, because leather armor is what, like 10 gold? I don't know. It's I'm trying to make sense out of D&D pricing, and that is a fool's errand. I should not be doing that, because I know that again it's a fool's errand. That's how you lose your mind. Because assuming that money makes sense is not a thing D&D is very good at. Money doesn't make sense. That's the point. And then I like to pick up a little signal whistle. Hey, you never know when you just need that signal to somebody, like, way the heck over there. So it's nice to have a whistle that'll do that. Yeah, it's 600 feet. I was like, how far is it? It's like quite a bit. It's 600 feet. That'll bust us down to 3 coppers here. Spikes. Don't really need those. Not really my character kind of thing. Otherwise, I would often pick these up. Or spyglass. Love to get it. 1,000 gold. Ain't got it. That's why I was like, if I could take it as my magic item, it's definitely worth it. Because by the time you have the money to spend frivolous 1,000 gold to throw around to get a spyglass, you're like, this is not as useful anymore. And some string. Yeah, I'll pick up some string. That's a thing people don't pick up. You never know. You just kind of need junk sometimes to do shenanigans. We'll pick up a tinderbox because I'll need it because I have my... I need some way to maybe light my fire, light my torch, lantern. So I'll pick up the tinderbox. Why not? So it'll be 8. And we're closing in. Put the tinderbox on here, and we'll be just about good. And you know, for good measure, I'll pick up a vial. How about that? Do I want about? I'm already at 10 gold. 10 gold is like I might need to buy something that's 10 gold at some point. So actually, I'm going to leave that there. Usually, I pick up a vial as well because sometimes you don't want to use that big bottle. You want something else that's small. And again, we assume glass, and that's why it's a gold piece. All right, so that's our items. That gives me 10 gold, 8 silver, and 3 copper left over. The only thing that would be left would be to pick up my spells. Honestly, that's not going to be particularly interesting, just because I'm a first level cleric. There ain't that much to it. I'm going to probably use the most useful spells. I mean, we can take a quick look at it. We kind of already have an idea of what we're going to go with here, so go with our spells. Go with our filter. We don't need wizards, we need Thericas. Probably going to pick up guidance. Probably going to pick up maybe Word of Radiance. Usually I wouldn't, but pick up Sacred Flame because we need that long distance. And then I don't know, like mending or something. It's going to be funny. It's funny to have a light domain cleric that's going to be like, yeah, I don't have the light spell. Why would I do that? That's a thing that that's what candles are here for. Like, I don't need to do that. Also, like, later on, I will just do that. So I don't need to jump the gun on it. It'll show, like, the growth of power of the character. I like that a little bit more. So yeah, this is pretty much it. I think this is a good stopping point. So we got everything done. Like I said, it takes me a long time to build characters. That's why I like to know what everybody else is doing first. I haven't named the character yet. I'll have to figure that out. I'm sure I'll look up some sort of light thing. I could name him just Soul. I'm not going to do that, S-O-L. But I won't. I'm not going to do that. I'll figure out some sort of trick of light. I'll maybe look up some science terms or something like that. I like to make little Easter eggs for myself with the character names. Just add a little fun to it. But that's it. So hopefully this was helpful for you if you've never seen anybody like by hand build a character. You can obviously do it a lot faster than I do. You can usually be like, yes this, yes this, yes this, yes this, or follow a guide or something like that and knock out a character very, very quickly. But this is sort of my usual thing to go through it. I also need to figure out a little bit of motivation for him as well as the name and drop that into my DM. Though I do like the idea that he's been sent to maybe look for a select there. Maybe a unicorn or something like that. Something. Maybe I'll let my DM decide what kind of creature, because that'll give me an idea as to when that personal quest might be accomplished. We pick up something. If it's just an idea to like get me into the adventure, it's a real low level one, like a unicorn or a Pegasus or something like that, a Quaddle. Or if it's a high thing, maybe it's like, oh, there's like a even beyond the Kieran. Mid levels would be like Kieran. Like the Kieran that from my other character that we used on the 2-shot, Warlock draws power from as a Celestial Warlock. Maybe that creature's gone missing. Why is that up to a first level adventurer? I don't know. That's an interesting question that I would have to flesh out. So maybe he's out just to get information about it. Like, see if anybody's missing. Heard anything about a missing Kieran or seen a Kieran or something like that. But that's everything I wanted to do for this stream. Like I said, it's a little bit longer. My throat is already... So, I've been talking enough. But thanks for hanging out with me and watching me build this character. Hopefully it gives you some insight on the character building process and maybe what things you might want to change or think about how to build your characters a little bit differently in the future if this is not this... I assume nobody else builds characters like this that I know of, but you can check it out. Otherwise, that's it for me. We're still gonna do our standard stream, I think, on Saturday, so you can catch us there in the morning, or at least morning for me, depending on where you are. So that'll be it. I might do a stream on Sunday as well. That might be over on Twitch. Might play some more of our Vampire the Masquerade game, or do the video game stuff over there on Twitch instead. That's it. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a great game, and I'll see you next time. We'll figure out what my character's name is and how that first session maybe went. All right, take it easy. Talk to you guys later. Bye.